Oh, oops. It was quiet all along. Give me a second. Should be around this. Doesn't matter. Alright. I still have some food. Let me just take a look at this. Ooh. And this drama, I suppose. I don't know if it's drama. I don't know if it classifies as drama. Hi, Aiko. Oh, wait. Oopsie. Basically, so first of all, I don't know if you hear that, but that's my pasta. Second of all, so last night, at like 5 AM or something, I was scrolling, right? I was just like taking a look at blue sky and you know, this is what I see. I'm like, oh, that's all very cute. I'm like, that's very nice, right? I was like, oh, you know, I was like, oh, that's cute. It's like fine, and I keep scrolling, right? I'm just like kind of out of it, and then I see Juby. I'm like, oh, and then I see this icon. I'm like, oh, that's Janice. And it's like I've brought this up repeatedly over the past few months. But I wanted to share the receipts of the heinous abuse I suffered at the hands of Jen Ice Cream over my own project, which is Cross. So the loading bar on my head started spinning, right? It was like started. Well, in German you say it's rattert, right? It was like spinning and spinning, right? And yeah, I'm like, wait, hold on, it's Jen Ice Cream because okay, so I've seen a lot of this. I don't know, like Juby really has mentioned it over a few months. It was a lot of like plagiarism by a friend or something like that, right? I don't know if I can find all of the posts, but like this is the artist. I think they also had a webcomic that they drew as well. It was a cut time comic, I believe. Oh yeah. So this is like 4 months ago. That's crazy. Time really flies, right? So it's like it's come to my attention that the tracer. So there was like a tracer and stuff. Oh, never mind. This was just a different thing. It was like a tracer thingy. Oh, hold on. I mistook it for something else. I thought, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it makes sense. This doesn't even look like Janice Ice Cream. But yeah. So I thought this was another friend, like someone they knew. Hold on. How would you feel if some artist traced a birthday present you got from a friend? Put it on an official Marvel cover. The question is, do they knew? Do they know each other? Yeah, no, okay, this is unrelated then. I did mention, I do remember some, you know, some vague posts. Oh, this one, for example, right? There are a few things that boil my blood more than people who attempt to exonerate themselves by saying nonsense like, I hope you find healing, or I'll keep you in my prayers. As they take every action and inaction to make sure they personally screw you over. I don't know if this is, you know, mentioning Janice, but I feel like, oh yeah, this one as well, right? Like I saw that because Blue Sky is not that active. You do see who you follow, right? So it's like on Twitter I probably would have missed it. God, I've had some wildly unfair fallouts with friends before, but it still is hard to process someone fashioning their main character after you and your experiences while you're actively trying to tell your own story through your own creative project. I hate it here, lol. Right, so this is clearly a mention of that, right? But they never really mentioned the artist, so I'm like, damn, that sucks having a friend out there. Gotta use Blue Sky more. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how populated Blue Sky is. At least the game dev side seems to be like very active on Blue Sky. So right now I don't follow a lot of people, I think. Hold on, where's my profile? I only follow like 100 people, so you do see a lot. 100 people don't post too much, right? So yesterday, Juby just dropped that it's actually Janice. Or Janice. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I think that was like a whole thing. I think to this day they never... I don't know if they actually revealed how it's pronounced. Anyways, right? So Juby has this... She has this personal project, right? That's basically just about her, you know, it's just like... It's about her spirituality, her trauma experiences, etc., right? Obviously, I'm not digging too deep into it because it's like a really personal project. So, what they're saying is basically that Janice is, you know... Does it even count as plagiarizing? It's like taking... Basically... I think they really summarized things pretty well. They basically said it's like farming them and that trauma for ideas for like a creative project that is purposed as you know what, I'll just read this out because this is like really well written. I don't know, man, this doesn't even seem like, you know, like a disgruntled employee type of post, right? Like you had with the what's his name, Ross Draws. I was about to say Bob Ross. I pulled him on Moody. Anyways, it's not Bob Ross, but Ross Draws. Right? So, yeah. So what she said, forward and synopsis. You know what really confused me though? At first, I just saw this. I thought this was like a social media profile or something. But no, this is like the document. And yeah, I need to zoom in on this because it's so small. Huh? It's not letting me zoom in. What the fuck? Right. I'll just move closer then. I do not normally talk this openly about my issues with other artists because I just want peace and quiet. This is about Jen's Chan. Chan's abusive entitlement and hyperfixation over my project A Witch's Cross. Pieces of which I've been sharing with everyone as a reflection of my personal journey for self-love in the face of crippling chronic illness over the past 8 years. So I don't know about any of their like struggles because I don't think they really like talk about it online all that much, or like they do it pretty privately, right? So I want to explain that A Witch's Cross is not just a project to me. It's an intimate allegory, I think that's how you pronounce it, of things I experienced through my dreams, my lived experiences, and my personal relationship with my faith. It's something I held on to for dear life when I was suicidal. This isn't a secret, but not everyone knows this, and I accept that the general public might not even respect this, but I expect more of my close friends. Over the past few years, I had been confiding in Janice details of not only A Witch's Cross, but of my own personal experiences, not realizing she would be secretly farming ideas from all of it for years to build her own project, Eden's Gate, which she purported to be a reflection of her own spirituality. See, that is basically the big problem of this. So yeah, I only read this like main post because it was 5 a.m. when it like got dropped on me. So I haven't looked at the actual like, oh my god, that's a oh wait, you can't see it, but it's like, it's too long for me to read. My screen size is small, okay? So it's like, whoa, someone else has to do this. But like, okay, if you let's just like finish reading that post so you can see what type of like how this person writes posts. So I feel like the rest of the document would probably sound similar, and I don't know. I didn't get bad vibes from this one so far. Like, maybe they're just like too professional to write this. I don't know. Okay. So basically, this is like a screenshot, just like, to be fully honest, I do feel kind of self-conscious about how much of an influence you are on Eden's Gate. When I started finding out, she would plead guilty to appeal to my sympathies, and then apologize after many attempts at gaslighting me. In light of this, I tried to be understanding and forgiving, but she kept abusing my patience and good faith to continue disrespecting my boundaries, right? So at this point, when I was reading this, at 5 a.m., I was like, you know, things I don't know about Genesis' intention right now, but I can also see how, you know, sometimes things that you communicate can be picked up in a different way by another person. So I was wondering, is that like one of those moments, you know, where she sees things a little bit more on the negative side? Because I don't know if there's like this, I don't know. There's like a lot of like social theories, and there's like this one graph that basically says like whenever you say a message, this is all of the connotations that can come with the message, and for some people it, you know, like it gets weighted differently, and yeah. And anyways, after the third new violation within weeks, I started to understand that she had nothing but malicious intent and no regard for my well-being beyond my usefulness to her. She was so averse to the idea of confessing to a handful of others that she sourced her ideas from me, that she emotionally abused me for weeks, even resorting to writing a 10-page manifesto, using God's name and authority to try and control me and absolve herself of making things right. Please note, in order to understand her manifesto, you will need to read at least the outlined key sections in this document. Even as she terminated our friendship, she admitted that she may still publish Eden's Gate in the future. I have experienced countless betrayals of my life, but none so elaborate as this. She knowingly cheapened my experiences, my values, my spirituality, and my suffering to source a self-image project. The worst part was how she readily resorted to manipulating me with alleged good intentions and promises of bettering herself, only to keep repeating the same offense before fleeing with her spoils. In my supporting documents, you will see how she burned through an entire 8-year friendship's worth of credibility and good faith. I would not trust any apology or statement from her at this point. It is not my intent to start drama or encourage hostility towards this person. I simply want to set the record straight. I want to warn people to watch out for someone who's proved to be an extremely manipulative, predatory member within our community. All the more since she has established herself as a mentor figure as well as an industry peer, right? It is like crazy how they do mention, I don't know if it's crazy, but it's like, yep, that is true. They do have themselves established as a mentor figure and industry. Yeah, because of like all of those like tutorials, etc. that they did years back and stuff. That's how they also like gained a lot of following. This is not mizisua. We will get to it, Millie. I thought this would be just like a handful, but I did not expect it to be like page 1 out of 64. So I'll just like read this post, and then I'll do the rest like on my own, something like that. Yeah. And then I think ask you for kindness and compassion, because this isn't even about originality or any kind of pride over my work. It's about how Janice relentlessly preyed upon her disabled friend's single source of personal fulfillment, knowing exactly what it was and what she was doing. I can't let this quietly blow over. She's shown she's twisted enough to take my silence as compliance, as an affirmation of God, to stay on her bullshit. I don't want to grant her that kind of freedom with the things she gained from abusing me. She's done enough, I want to heal. And then there's like wishes to the public. Let me stay silent just to avoid trouble, but silently taking injustices like this for years has made me very ill. Feel out. As I rewrite history, it really is a testament to her character that she could even suggest Eden's Gate might be published in the future. I hope that it was sourced by relentlessly tormenting a close friend. Right? So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this tormenting and abuse entails, or if it's, you know, a sort of like miscommunication where one person has like their boundaries crossed all of the time, but the other person doesn't understand what this person's boundaries are, right? So they might not even know, they're like constantly stepping on it. It's kind of like that, right? So yeah, I do need evidence and stuff as well, which is supposedly in this 64-page document, as well as that manifesto from the other person's angle. I don't know, man. That is a lot to do. I could never be a drama YouTuber. I read way too slowly to do this. Basically, my reading speed is slightly faster than my talking speed. So yeah, We cannot do this in one stream. I understand that it's also really hard to put the feelings into words, especially if there's two sides or something subconscious, intent or not, something still happened to you and everything you're feeling and thinking is valid. Okay, wait, this is... Okay, hold on. In response to this expose, Janice might try to win your sympathy with relatable sob stories, claims of having learned her lesson, or how she magnanimously I'm so sorry, terminated the friendship to prevent herself from hurting me further. Please remember, this is exactly how she manipulated me in the first place. Every plea and promise she made to me was for the sole purpose of getting me off her back. She taught me that remorse and empathy are a foreign concept to her. If she could be trusted to be honest and honorable about this fallout, this document wouldn't exist. To illustrate, in January 2025, she told one of our mutuals that her actions were subconscious, contrary to her confessions to me. Yeah, this is from the thingy. Quoted from an impartial mutual who likely thought we had a normal falling out. They said my name wasn't mentioned, but they had enough information to put it together. Judging from all that she has privately confessed, Janice's actions might be described as obsessive or compulsive, but certainly not unintentional or subconscious. Is compulsive not like on par with like subconscious kind of thing? Right? Is compulsive not something like you can't control it? We'll figure it out. With that said, I encourage people to remain civil towards her, simply want people to be warned about her lying, thieving, and predatory nature, right? So it is very, like, from the very start, it sounds very private, and it feels like, I don't know. It also feels like very subjective, right? But yeah, but then also, I felt like from the way they are writing, it's not something that they have just been, you know, like putting out in a day. This is like very like fully edited and stuff. Does that make sense? It's like it's very refined. Yeah. So yeah, I want to see the manifesto as well. oh shit, a copy of Janice Cream's manifesto with commentary. Get context from this document. Whoa, so there's a timeline of events. I don't know what page we're on. Page 3. What she took. Page 4. Satan's wings. I don't even know about the Eden's Gate. What is Eden's Gate? Do you even know who Janice is? Oh, the music is a little loud? Sorry. Hold on. I didn't notice that message. Is this better? Mitsuna has a mini to you? In Discord? Where? I have not taken another bite of my pasta. There's only like 3 noodles left. Oh, she said no more Mude gifts. Because you gave me Abel Halon. I think she just lost the competition. She was not in the right place at the right time. It was just like a spawn difference, you know? Neither of you get any more gifts from me and Mude. No more grace. You were sleeping? Sleeps for the week. See, it's a skill issue, clearly. Meg was the first to claim. It's fine, she says. Oh. Eden's Gate. I don't know if you know who Janice Ice Cream is. I feel like she was bigger back in the day. Right? But yeah. She did this, for example. Like the key illustration for this one. She also had the she has like a lot of interesting products. She's like really good at this. So that's why I was so sad. I'm like, man. an artist that I have to stop supporting. Yeah. And then they had like the... Hold on, let me go on my Twitter. Gen Ice Cream. Gen Ice Cream. I suppose it's Gen Ice Cream. It has to be Gen Ice Cream. Gen Ice. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense to be Gen Ice Cream. Gen Ice Cream. I feel like Gen Ice Cream makes more sense. But then when you only see Gen Ice, you read it as Genis. So they had like Dungeon Meshi, but as like Costco. Right? Which looks really good. Look at how good they are at like simplifying and just like being so efficient. Making tiny stuff. And the tote bag as well. Even stuff like this, right? They're just like really good at that. Right, so I was like, oh my god, that's really nice. So I don't know. I guess, man, everyone's got skeleton in their closets, right? They're so talented. Even worse, let me close this. Inspiration? I forgot if it's like inspiration or something, but I've had that for years, basically. There was like this... They did a compilation of what they learned with the schoolism courses. I think they watched the Nathan Fawkes what's it called, classes on lighting and composition. It was like pictorial composition and lighting. Is it? I think I consolidated those. Oh no, let me see. Do I have tutorials? Give me a second. It might be in here or something. I think I moved it. Let me try to find it. I think I literally just put here. What? Might have been in here and then in tutorials or something like that. Oh yeah, over here. You see this? Like, I literally labeled them Genis. Genis. Right? And they basically... And this, like, it kind of blew my mind because they just, like, compiled everything so well and then, you know... I can't zoom in. And it's like, when working with compositions with a lot of detail, it helps group things together to make images more readable, right? So you have different levels of contrast in the background, in the middle ground, and the foreground, right? And, you know, they just like illustrate things really well in that way. This is like the visual hierarchy, right? Value contrast, elements with more value contrast have more visual weight. Color has more visual weight than like saturation has more visual weight than like desaturation, right? So that's like a type of contrast. You can layer all of these. And then, you know, there's color contrast, right? Like over a single color, you can also do color contrast, and then, you know, you can have color contrast, but the moment you put in a face or a symbol or something like that, something recognizable, your eyes will go that way. And so it's like, yeah, visual hierarchy is basically what they taught me, right? And then they illustrated it really well. And you're like, oh, that makes sense, right? So I learned a lot from this, actually. And I still keep this in mind. I do like this, like, breakdown as well. And so they did this. I was like, oh man. I've been like, I had this in my, damn, this must have been in my files, in my folders for at least 6-7 years now, right? So yeah, that's so that's what I know them for. Also, their Huevember, Inktober challenges. And Juby, by the way, is also an amazing artist, right? This is from 2018. I don't know if you remember this. But basically, every day they would like add a bit to this big house and stuff. I think they let their Twitter followers also decide. And I'm like, oh, what should I add next? And people would be like, plants or a mirror. They would do polls. And then they also did a story like this. It was a thread for Inktober. It was like, oh, you're sitting awake in your bed. Inktober 2017. This like brought me back to Flipnote Studio and stuff. Flipnote Hatena, because people would also do stuff like that. And you're sitting awake in your bed, it's 2 a.m. and there's a storm outside, you can't sleep because... And then, you know, people would have to vote on... They would have to vote on an option like this with a Twitter poll. The storm is too loud, you're an insomniac, you need to pee. Right? And I was like, you can't sleep because you need to pee. Right? And then they would like do the next thing. It would like end up being a whole comic and stuff. I really love that. I'm like, that's so nice, making it interactable. And just like, I love the shape language. Yeah. Like really effective with like paneling and etc. as well. That's like, choose your own adventure. Yeah, exactly. I guess that's what it's called. Right? I never had a term for this. And so that's what they did. That's what I know them for. Right? So yeah, I was like, man. Oh my god, this is how it starts. Dedication. This is the manifesto, okay? Dear Jesus, my God, my Father, Son and Spirit, my Savior. I thank you for every blessing, every trial, every wound and scar, and every piece of you. What? And every piece of love you have woven into my life. I was like, every piece of love you. Like, who? The word in my foundation, my friends, my family, because you revealed to me with uttermost conviction that everything I've received from my name, from my family, from my friends, from every tear I've cried and drop of blood I've bled, amounts to this. I have prayed and have fasted. I have applied every lesson I learned in my life, the life of the authors of the past, the verses and the stories in the Bible to seeing this. And in humility, I see that it is not mine, it is yours, through everything you've given me. And in gratitude, I do what I'm worth because your grace seems redeems my shortcomings into a gift. I see, I reflect, I try too hard, I make diagrams about it. You bless me with these maps of this testimony with only 2 words on the envelope from Jesus. And you command to me. Wait, and your command to me is this. Give them to... What? What is this? And your command to me is this. Give them to Juby. Give them to JC. Give them to anyone whose hearts are open to receiving them. They are my seeds, and my seeds are to be sown. Give and let it be taken freely for my children to chart their own paths and place their own names. We are hailing in Janice Chan, the unsung prophet of 2024 AD. This is already so much melodrama from someone who's never had a hard day in her life. Ooh. See, I don't know. I don't know about this, right? You heard her. I'm supposed to share this, so here we go. That's crazy. God, I pray that these seeds are sown on good soil, that your blessing and protection is over them from the wind and thorns and crows. Let them bear fruit. Let them multiply beyond human imagination. You know what? I think... You know why I'm a mediocre artist? I'm a mediocre artist because I do not have enough delulu and crazy in me. I think all of the artists that are like really, really good, something went wrong in their head. It's like, not in a bad way, clearly, because that makes them amazing artists, okay? I want some of that. Give me whatever they are smoking, because if that might make me a better artist. I don't know. 0 John 1 and 1. Big and start. In the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Wait, what is this? This is written by Janice. But like, obviously there's like commentary, right? But it's like, this is when they... This whole section is her attempt at shaming me for being self-righteous and controlling because I dared hold her accountable for stealing from my story and emotionally abusing me over it. God forbid Juby has actual boundaries. Original intent, yearning for God's love and justice. The first temptation, to take God's love and injustice. Whoa. Is this? I don't know what a manifesto is. Right? I only hear manifesto in the context of school shootings, right? I've never heard it, or like terrorism. Is this basically like a justification for why they behave the way they do? Is that what a manifesto is? I guess it is a manifesto then. And they're like trying to... Are they trying to use whatever God says or like what's in the Bible to justify themselves? But that's crazy. And obviously these comments are Juby's interpretation. Interpretation are always subjective, so you can never... Have you finished your food, baby? No, I have not. I have still like 3 noodles left. And obviously the sauce, but I made too much sauce for the noodles. Wait, let me take a bite. You know what I should do? I should run this to a... I need Mai on here. I need Mai on here in a Discord call to read all this to me. She needs to read this for me. And I will just sit here on the side drawing and being like, oh my god, that's crazy. Wait. If she was 90... So Janice is like 3... Is she 3 years older than me? I guess she's a little older than me. And Juby was 28 in 2016, which means she was born in 88? 88? I was 17. Yeah, 1988. And they became closer, they became friends, our primary contact became Twitter. Both people of faith. Many conversations of God and religion. In 2022, she started sharing original character concepts on Twitter, and I took an interest because I enjoy hearing about friends' OCs. I also wanted her to have an enriching, self-reflective spirituality project that was dear to her, not unlike The Witch's Cross was to me. For a long time, I overlooked the similarities in her setting and main character, because I felt I couldn't lay a claim to a girl with strange spiritual abilities meandering the spirit world. Outside of Twitter, I helped her brainstorm her stories and characters, often relating it to A Witch's Cross because the setting was already so similar. Never alluded to my involvement in her project to anyone, which was weird. I didn't think much of it. I shared my concepts and detail of my story with her over Discord. Okay, and then from September 27th to November 2024, which is very recent, I showed many pieces of evidence, including full admission of guilt that she had been copying my homework from the outset. And by design. Interesting. Yeah, because like if you start off, right, and you have like some like Christian angel themed, you know, and then someone else also starts doing like not even Christian but also angel themed. It's not like you can just, you know, like people will combine like witch and angel and make an OC out of it, and I'm like, right? Just because like someone else also has this topic, so I can see how they're like, I can't really lay claim on it to it, right? Because it's too vague. But then they have like full-on admission on it. That's interesting. She terminated the friendship. Is that? I guess that's how you do it. I guess you can do it officially, but it always sounds so weird when you say I terminated a friendship, like it's a contract. I mean, I guess it is a contract, a social contract. Friendships are weird. I just like slowly fade out. And since then, she has been found lying to at least one confirmed person about her crimes being subconscious in nature. Key sections. Most incriminating receipts. Myself? She admits to being way creepier than I initially thought. The fact that it's like, it's not the fact that this is like her admitting it is also different to how it usually goes, is it not? What in the Niji Sanji? Like George Washington old. Right? I think that's what makes it a little different, because normally we'd all be like, you know, this is kind of like up to interpretation, we need to hear the other side and stuff. But like, this person just straight up has the other side on hand as receipts, apparently. Right? She also admits the theft began years ago, since the inception of our main character, Athena. Reflective nature, she confesses to a history of mirroring other artists' personal works to a problematic degree, but also says that's simply her nature. If I'm reading this receipt right, when it comes to friends, she automatically assumes all the ideas are hers for the taking. Huh. See, this part? Oh well, I haven't seen the receipt. Never mind. I will sit on the fence. It was legal. She admits she ripped from me intentionally, contrary to what she kept insisting. Oh. I told her plainly that I knew that offense number 2 was fully conscious and deliberate, judging by the way she responded and reacted. Then I asked, why did you do it? She answered because it was legal, before acknowledging that her trespasses were clearly emotional in nature. At this point, I think she realized that I had to drop her subconscious action narrative. She basically confirmed that it had been nonsense. She knew what she was doing. Oh, so basically this is like oh, they even have this is such a well organized document. Like, you can just click on the link and it's like, here's the receipt, by the way. Oh. And I was beyond plagiarism, started verging on something else entirely. I want to pay that forward seems to have been taken straight from my tweet, but a humbling life lesson where I came to value forgiveness and redemption, being saved, as the Christians say. This tweet was posted in October 2024, while I was relating to a character from a K-drama. I was given tremendous grace where I failed terribly, and it made me want to pay that forward. That's why I kept broken people around until it destroyed me. And then he keeps taking hits. Oh, this is also a private account. Ev is all like, bro, what the actual fuck? Stop. And Ren? Ren got mentioned. And Ren's motivation basically comes down to, I know how much it matters to be saved, I want to pay that forward. I mean, pay that forward is like what's it called? It is a phrase. It is a phrase that people use. It was even a picture, a TikTok trend, right? So that one, I don't know about that. But yeah, as you can see, it's like really well documented, I guess. For good reason. But yeah, I didn't think it would be that big. I was like, hey, little tea, little dry. That's 5. Sorry, Millie. I thought it was like, yeah, let's just like spend 15 minutes, you know, taking a look at it. Oh, that was perfect timing. It sure was. I definitely did not expect it to escalate like that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, most of you are probably not interested. I feel like I don't have personal stake in it, but it's like, it feels a little close to my heart just because it's like 2 artists I've been looking up to for a very long time. I remember back in the day, I was like, man, Janice is just like a few years older than me. What am I doing? Well, this is what I'm still thinking, right? But yeah, and then Juby was like, Juby has incredible like motion in her drawings. I really like the way they do motion. It's just like really lively. I think about where I should place these. I feel like, you know what? I do have suas drawing open on the side. Oh yeah, also, wait. I feel like we already looked at that or talked about that. The Russ draws kind of drama. That's also wild. See, I would love to be a drama YouTuber if I could just piece things together in chronological order, but I don't have. I do not have a sense for chronological things, which will be proven again and again. It's been proven in my history and politics class. It will be proven again the moment I have to tell a story. Yeah, we did. Yeah, because I think... So Sam does arts, right? He kind of did a follow-up on that, or like he encouraged Ross Draws to make a follow-up, like a response video, right? Where they were like, yeah, so this guy was actually like a creep, you know? He was like very obnoxious, and you know, Ross couldn't say no, etc. I was like, yeah, that could be it. So I was right about the like miscommunication part. The way I was like, oh yeah, Ross kind of like they don't like they have like different writing styles that could be taken out of context and stuff. And then I think the what's her name again? The blue-haired art drama YouTuber. Well, this might be a little too dark. Might be a bit too magenta. It's like a color that you would use in moderation. I do want a little bit of that saturation. Cat and Chad, exactly. Yes, her. Right, and then oftentimes I do disagree with her a lot of the time, especially when she like generalizes stuff. But then I watched her she had like another video on the like Ross Draws response where she was like, I think the thumbnail was a little clickbaity or something, where it was like, yeah, more lies. And there were a lot of like good points that came up, I feel like. Cause yeah, even if that one Phoenix guy was a little creepy, or like he like pushed his boundaries or whatever, it was like, it's like there's still a lot of like other, you know, issues that the community had gripes with, right? So the Phoenix stuff was kind of like just the last drop on top of it. I think the situation was basically, let me think. It first started out with like this disgruntled employee type of thing, right? Where we're like, yeah, this guy was not getting paid by Ross Draws, right? And then everyone was like, oh, it's kind of weird. Maybe like everyone had a different. It's like Ross Draws is like really, he's like cheap. He doesn't want to pay his employees, right? And I was like, you know what? You can give people the benefit of the doubt on that, because you know, like maybe everyone had a different understanding of the situation and stuff, right? And then that situation also gives, like from Ross's side, that kind of gives him a little bit of leeway, just because, you know, like from the screenshot it was like Fennec basically guilt tripping him. Is like Ross is like, oh, I actually don't know if I want to host you yet, etc. Like, let me think about it. And then Fennec just being like, yeah, I will just buy the ticket, you know. And just so you know, I'm gonna buy the ticket if you like earlier, you know. And then it's basically like pressuring Ross to host him, right? It's like, no, don't buy the ticket, just wait for a bit, right? So it's like, yeah, on that end, I can understand the hesitation, right? Yes, he said, I think that there was like one thing that I disagreed on, with Kat, where she was like, I don't know if she realized that, like, yeah, sometimes people say things impulsively and then they're like, hold on, I need to retract that step just because, like, that was impulsive. I gotta think about it again. I think that's what happened in Ross's mind in that moment. But then there's these other things, right, with the, like, tracing AI art that she, I think, mentioned as well. And then there was this whole art book thingy where he also used, like, AI in his concepts, right? And then, you know, like, clean them up because that's clearly something, like, from that one AI video he had posted, right? That also became apparent, like, yeah, this dude wants to use AI and, like, is actually on, you know, he likes it. And then I'm not even talking about that artwork. If you go to the comments, a lot of people are like, yeah, like his first artwork was doing terrible, right? Like, people didn't get the orders or stuff, like all that type of stuff, right? So people had a lot of, like, bad experiences with his art books already. I can see that people would, like, it's like, yeah, but that means that, you know, like, you can do another one and, like, do better this time and stuff, right? But yeah, just so you know. So yeah, I'm like, huh. And then obviously Sam is very, like, biased, and Ross probably also takes to Sam as well. Because, you know, they're kind of similar, very inspired, and these types of things can also be an ego boost, so you look at them more favorably than upon others, for example, right? So yeah, she's pretty neutral. I know she tries to be neutral. I'm just saying that, like, you do still feel, like, her own personal bias, obviously. And so she's like, she's a very strong no AI. Sam is a huge fan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. I'm not comparing these two. I'm not saying Kat is anti-Ross and Sam is neutral or something. Like, Kat is neutral, but she has her own, like, small biases, right? Like, she's an artist, so she automatically, like, we artists, we automatically look at AI with, like, a more, like, with a bad connotation. That alone makes us not neutral anymore, right? So I'm talking about those types of biases. Sam is clearly biased towards Ross. Like, Ross is literally his idol and stuff, and yeah. Right? And Kat probably does not have she doesn't have a relationship to Ross and stuff. But then she also she seems to come, from what I've seen and heard from her so far. I watched, like, a bunch of her videos at one point. She seems to come from, like, a digital backgroround. Right, so that also kind of, like, influences her view on workflows, etc. So sometimes she says stuff. She's like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. No one would actually draw like this. You know, it's like most people would not draw like this. I'm like, that's something a digital artist would say. Kind of like that. Does that make sense? I can't really describe it because yeah, it is not normal. Like, some things that she describes as not normal are not normal in the digital art space as someone who grew up in the digital art space, but like, would be totally valid, you know, totally valid approaches if you came from, like, a more traditional background. Yeah. So yeah, that whole situation was also kind of interesting, I think. I like that there's so little, that there's just a little texture in here. I'm just gonna add a little bit more here and there. Also, I finally ran out on Originium on the premium currency in Arknights, okay? I am now poor and free to play. I have like 30. I have like enough to buy about 2 skins. That's nothing. I feel like that's like, I have like a 10 pull or 2. Like that's, whoa, that's so little. Is Arknights actually like stingy with their currency? You know that? Does anyone know? Because they do have a lot of events and rewards and stuff, but it still feels like you don't really get a lot out of them, actually. What's Arknight? Arknights. No, Arknights. Sorry. My enunciation is usually very unclear. Arknights. Do remind me to, you know, talk properly. Arknights. Yeah, sorry, I was switching topics. Subjects. I'm talking about Arknights, the game. Yes. It's called Originium or something. It's the Originite Prime. I don't have a lot of that. I only have like 30 of these. Oh. Arknights. Generous. Very generous in the sense that you can clear most stages with lower rarities. You can borrow support units. Yeah, you can... Yeah, that's true. You can make a best free-to-play gacha there. I've been playing for over a year. It's free to like gameplay. I don't know about the gacha. Yeah, I don't know. I still, you know what, Arknights, what's a little like difficult for me to understand in Arknights is usually the structure of the banners. There's like different types of banners and I don't know when someone's limited or not. So I just wait. I don't really care for a lot of like, I don't really care for pulling a lot of the characters. Yeah. Never played it before? It is nice, I think. Gameplay-wise, it's great. It has a lot. It has a lot of mechanics. I don't know. It could be difficult. It's difficult if you don't have a lot of strong operators. Yeah, but it is usually solvable with low rarity units as well. So you don't need them, but it's making your life harder. Well, I guess you can take pride in it. I think there might be some game modes that are actually impossible. Unless you have good operators though. Unless you're like endgame level. I'm an endgame level account. One of my friends keeps telling me that I'm cooked in Arknights because most of my operators are like gods. And they're like looking at my squad and they're like, you have 3 usable operators. I have Logos. I have Ines now. I forgot to buy Ines's skin. Like that Life 2D skin, which I'm still a little bitter about. So I'm like, bro, I need to watch you play with these. He knows for sure I'll be struggling. Maybe I can show him, but I'm not. You know, I'm just a like rinse and repeat type of girl. I'm like, this doesn't work. Let me change one thing. It doesn't work. Let me redo it. I just have a lot of patience. Not a lot of wit, just a lot of patience. Logos is beautiful though. Yeah, he is. He's also like one of the best casters, I think. There's Lapland Alta, who released a day ago or 2, maybe? I don't know. She was really good too, apparently. But I'm okay. Okay, I'm broke. I don't need to go for her. Oh, that jump scared me. I wonder if that's too dark. Is that too pink? I think I need to have them side by side just to compare. I think it's fine. I feel like it's not too pink actually. Yeah, that's fine. It looks good. Nice. Thank you. That's good to know. Just enough saturation? Okay. I know that I need to kind of like get a little bit of depth out of it. So I have to see. This is where you use selection. You're stressed? How come? What's happening? Oh shit. I'm stressed. Nice to meet you. Stress. Oh my god, there's still a little left. Another one. I did change the layout a little. I don't know if I like it yet. I don't know if I like this just yet. It feels like I have less and less space to draw on. And I don't use these actions all that much. It is like convenient to have them out when I need them. And okay, so usually I have it like this, right? But what's annoying me is that I constantly have to move these up and down. Right? Because I don't use that all that much. And it's like I constantly have to move it. What if I think I might be able to do this? When I think about it. What if I do it like this? And just like move this up. And then I have the tool properties over here. And this one. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. I feel like I should be doing it like this. I don't like this though. That's the problem. Can you use red or yellow? For what? Oh, I'm trying to paint Kiki, and I want to use a lighter shade of brown, but I only have dark brown and no white. Yeah. You can just mix. You can just... Eh? You have the primary colors, right? You have cyan? You have yellow? Like a pure yellow. You have a red, right? No, a magenta. Sorry about that. Magenta. It should be magenta. You can... If you have these three, you can mix every color. Every color. Right? So you probably just need to mix the... You just need to mix this and add a little bit of like cyan into it. Or if you already have an orange, you can probably just add cyan to it. Sometimes your brain lag. flags. That's fine. Let me try. Can I do that? It does say perceptual blending, so I wanna. This should give me a purple. If I add yellow, it should slowly brown it up a little. I don't know if it actually does that because I think I've like almost turned blending off. I think yeah, should be like, yeah, if I want to mix it, it would be like this. And this is yellow, right? And then I mix it in. It's like perceptual, so it's like actual paint. It mixes in like this. And then if I up the pen pressure, it stays yellow. Right? So if I choose a cyan, if I add a cyan to this, it should... And you see how it like gets a little bit more brown? You probably just need to add more pigment to actually make it brown. It's interesting how they have a bit of like this, you know, perceptual blending. Can blend it into red. I don't blend a lot though, that's the problem. Like, what am I gonna use this for? I just keep this to like 70% though. So it does a little bit of blending when I need it to. Can I maybe do it with like pen pressure? Huh. It's probably really nice if you... Well, I'll just... I'll keep it to like 50% maybe. Alright. You know what to do. You're just casually whipping out dinosaur names? Kobatura. I don't know what that is. Yeah, that is a dinosaur name. Like, oh, have you seen the Kobatura? Sounds like a cobra. So I'm like, oh, I don't know what kind of snake that is. There's a snake. Do you remember this TikTok vine? It's like, oh, hi, I'm Michael with a B. And then I'm afraid of bees, you know? And then the other person's like, where's the bee? And then the guy's like, there's a bee? Anyways. Sometimes I still think about that vine. Like a classic. You remember? That's great. Like it definitely took me a while to understand that. I'm really slow on the uptake. You don't know that one? You don't? Oh my god. I'm Michael with the B. Where's the B? My name is Michael with a B.
Go ahead and introduce.
Alright. Oh, oops.
My name is Michael with a B, and I've... Go ahead and introduce yourself. My name is Michael with a B, and I've been afraid of insects my entire... Stop. Where? Where's the bee? There's a bee?
I'm afraid of insects. Stop. Where's the bee? You never had mine? That's fair, I also never had mine. But they were so popular, I think they just like, you know, you saw them everywhere. Like, yeah. It all became a meme. Okay, I feel like we do need a little bit... We need something that breaks up the magenta. Maybe a little. We could try using a little bit of purple. Similar to how we did for Sua. It's on the shaded parts. I don't think this would... Nah. I am thinking. Maybe we don't need to break it up. I feel like I want to break it up. Maybe we don't need to break it up. Let me grab the Lagarda brush. Maybe just like a few highlights. Dollop. But it needs to make sense. See, this is why it would be really good if you understood what you were doing. Like, if I understood how reflections worked, I would not be struggling like this. I think most people would probably already have this shaded in a way like this to make all of the hair look really nice and glossy. The fact that I still cannot draw glossy surfaces or I don't understand it is crazy, if you think about it. It's like I still haven't understood how surfaces work. Like there should probably be some bounce line on the back of her head like this. And it's just like, it basically, like on the bottom half of her head. No cable? Blue or purple? Yeah, I was thinking about blue or purple too. For now, I think I'll try to add a bit of texture like this. It kind of made me, is it possible to do like the saturation of it? Because I do like the texture underneath it. It's just... I want to keep the texture, I just want to up the saturation a little bit. On that part specifically. What is PBS, kids? What is that? Shit, this one's confusing me though. This is confusing me. Public broadcasting service, kids. It's like a platform with many kids shows. Interesting. I feel like from... Oh, this one might be good. I don't think it's possible to print though. Yeah. Can't really use this color just because it's like... I want this as a print. If it's not printable, that's a little stupid. I think I might actually go with this like greenish yellow, maybe? Maybe she doesn't actually need any highlights. Because it feels like they would just be distracting, and she already has so much going on in her hair. What happened here? What is it? Do you know if you make a VTuber model and paint outside the lines, like fur, it'll mess up the rigging? Came over the government kind of, if I make a VTuber model and paint outside the lines, I don't think so. I don't understand what you mean, but let me just show you. As long as you have the fur in one place and the Live 2D, the textures, right, they can handle transparency. Because it wouldn't make sense for them not to be able to. I don't think the line art matters. You can make a VTuber model entirely without outlines. Basically, you just need to have everything on one layer. And lines usually are 2 layers. What people do nowadays is they actually put the line art layer behind. They actually put it behind the actual fur layer. Well, I don't know about fur, but just like a lot of things, they put it behind. So when things overlap, right? It's kind of layered like this. Let me show you. See, right? So they kind of so the lines kind of merge when you move things, right? And so kind of does this. God, this is so disorienting. So if it's like this, right, it's a little bit more obvious. It kind of blends like this. That's what people do. It's mostly used for things like hair. I don't think I did that with my model. I don't think I did that. I just set it up in a way where it doesn't really matter. So yeah, my model does not do that, but a lot of like professionals do this. It's just like, I was annoyed because it's so many more layers. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I heard about that. They do like an underfill. I don't know what it's called. It's yeah, they basically just have the line art underneath the actual painted layer. It's just an outline basically. It's whatever whatever this thing does as well. It applies the outline to everything that's inside of this, right? So if I have a strand of hair, right, and over here as well, I move it, it just like merges. It's the same effect, just without the actual outline generation. The outline's already generated, basically. I cannot live with this layout. I have to change it. I can do it. This one needs to be like this. And then... You know what? I think I can do it like this, actually. 89. Bless you, thank you. Like 20, 22, 23. Sorry. 22 sneezes. Oh my god, now I need to reorganize this one. Who ended up having too many of these? It's fine. It's fine. I've worked with less space. I've worked with less space before. You're on the bus? Oh wait, who? Or someone's spraying deodorant on the bus right now. You're heading back home? Where you have enough data on your phone to be able to watch streams? Outside of your home? Is this why this generation is so doomed? Is this why you're so chronically online? Because I didn't have enough data for that. Isn't that normal? That's normal? But I feel like at my age, when I was in school, right, I had to limit my data usage. It was just like, I only had like 2 gigabytes or something per month. I only had like 2 gigabytes. So if I watched a live stream or 2, that would already be used up immediately. And I think you know, yeah, just with like Twitter usage, online surfing, like Twitter usage in class, etc. I don't know about Instagram. I feel like Instagram is probably even more data heavy. But yeah, and then the gaming that I would do, that would already be, that would get like used up. I think I was able to make do with a gigabyte a month or something like that. Well, where I live, it's normal. Commodity is scary, isn't it? Because, you know, I feel like it's scary because it's not that it's scary that it's normalized. This just means that kids these days spend even more time online than I did. And I was already like chronically online when I was your age as well. Like I would have been considered one of those like degenerate kids. Right? And yeah. Right? Because imagine, it's not like, oh, okay, so my kid is just gonna use Twitter on the way home from school, you know? Like some kids need half an hour, maybe an hour home from school. And then at home, they will be doing homework. Nah, at home, that kid is gonna like continue surfing the internet. Right? So it's like, oh yeah, and now every day, your kid will spend an extra hour or 2 when they commute on the internet. That's like really bad, isn't it? Like, and then add that up over the weeks. And imagine it's like 10 hours more. And if it's like 2 hours. 10 hours more on the internet per week. Over a year? Times 50? It's like 500 hours or something, no? You know what you could do? Well, yeah, I don't know. So like, kids are getting dumber, so you're onto something. Yeah. Huh, so this is the true nature of the brain rot. No, at that point, like, depending on how much time you spend on the bus, you might as well just do your homework on the bus. Or, like, read something nice, review your class stuff, so you can just, like, do your homework at home and then, like, play for the rest of the day. At least spend your time that way. Why are you on my stream? Do your homework. My friends consider me chronically offline. Offline! Well, I don't see you around that much. Friends, you must be friends over the grass. Okay, well, that's the hair. No, for now I think that's okay. I don't like this part right now. It's a little messy. Oh, put the shine on there. And then I have to figure out what to do with this. Because I think... I don't think this was supposed to be colored. Was it? Might have been. Maybe that was supposed to be colored. Could also be that this was supposed to be... No? I feel like this was supposed to be empty though. I still don't know what happened over here. I do like to sit outside and play with the grass at times. MZ, you seem smart. Aiko, are you okay? Like, wow. Someone who likes to play with grass. They must be really intelligent. Like, that's such an interesting standard. You good? Do I have my pen? Alright, it's time for a little bit of ambient occlusion. Just to differentiate a little bit of the depth and stuff. Because you can't really tell with this one. Something like this, and then, ooh! Do you like that? I think I like that. Okay, wait. So we gotta define this. See, I should have done a little bit more of that ambient occlusion work. contact shadow. Type of work earlier. Definition is important. And I disregarded it. Talking about the grass thing, by the way. Alright, hold on. I'm good. I'm average. High good. High average. I good. Are you stupid? Stupid. It's been a long time since I touched grass, actually. Damn. What are you doing? Like, you're commuting from school to home. It should be possible to touch grass. Do you not have friends that you go out with or something? Michael? Like, meet up in a park or something. Welcome home. Do you want to eat dinner? Do you want to take a bath? Or would you like to have me? ご飯にするお風呂にするそれとも私 Ew, but what the fuck? Baths are the best thing. Make that some. Oh, you're right, right. We don't know what that entails, right? I guess it would be weird either way. No, I'm not trying to flirt. I'm just pulling out a meme out of my ass. It's a game of association. I'm using the games of association to try and train my brain capacity, okay? Because I think if I don't do that, I might get unfunnier. I'm already not very funny. If I don't do these types of games, my sense of humor will wither and shrivel even more. It'll verkümmern. You know? Or was it like it'll get even more stunted? I'm not sure people have tried to flirt using memes nowadays. I think so, right? I thought it was a meme. Like a housewife meme type of thing. I guess the meme is flirty, yeah. Might be. Millie. You ruined it. What a poppy poopa. Alright, let me... You chill milk. Thank you. And then I'll just correct history. I actually need my here. I feel like me going through that document on my own, you know, is not interesting enough. You guys are not interested in what I'm interested in. Mine knows those two artists as well, so she's like, no. So Maya and I are gonna pizzazz. Maya and I are gonna do tea together, I guess. We're gonna consume the tea together. Maybe after movie night or something. It's 11 p.m. Shh. I'm gonna have to go shopping with my mom tomorrow, meaning I have to get ready early. I could wear the new dress. But the turtleneck that I have. The turtleneck that I have. It's still white. I haven't dyed it yet. I gotta buy some dye first. Just didn't expect the tea, LMAO. I missed it. I missed a lot, so I was kind of lost. Oh, sorry. No, don't worry. I don't know when you joined. I felt you joined like pretty early on. No? There wasn't a lot of tea. It was like basically just, you know, Juby finally revealing who's been tormenting her over these few months. Well, not just months, but yeah. Right? It's still like the thing where I'm like still on the fence about is like there's still a lot of how do I say? This tea is very emotional in nature, right? The topics, the spirituality of the projects, etc. Right? But yeah, again, Janice apparently, Janice, you know, it might be disrespectful of me continuously mispronouncing that name. I've read all the books at home. How about you get a new book? Write a new book. You know? That's what we had to do. We didn't have content, so we had to make content. Get creative. Get another hobby. The sad life. You had books? What do you mean you're too broke for that? Oh, for hobbies. There's hobbies that you can do without a lot. Like you can learn how to sing. You can do a lot for free, even digitally. Like you can write. You can just like draw on paper. Like school supplies should not be too expensive. You're lying to me. If school like you literally just need pencils and paper. It's like the simplest thing. Sports, exercise, go out, play football, play soccer with friends. What's this generation come to? What do you think's hobbies are? Become a master in drawing in Microsoft Paint? Exactly. Be creative. Once we had no internet for like a week and I was just rewatching DBZA. You know what? I think you might be a boring person, MZ. MZ, you might... Buying more books? How much is a book? How much is a book? How often do you read a book? How expensive could a book be? I thought a book is like $5. $7. Probably 10 around now. 10 is pretty pricey, yeah. $20! Book talk. What the fuck is book talk? Romantasy. Spicy. New adult. Rom-com. Young adult. Romane und Erzählungen. Alright. Oh shit, you're right. That's like... The fuck? These are new though. Time to check out those secondhand stores. Cause what the fuck? Intelligence costs money, bruh. You see, my parents never spared a cent when it came to education or reading. But then I didn't make use of it. I occasionally would go out and buy manga. But I read most things digitally. You didn't know that? Yeah, no, because like for the probably last 10 years, I've mostly read things digitally online. Right? And usually you can... I haven't read books all that often. But usually you can find, and I like... You can find light novels. VG Person had a bunch of translations. Right, so... all of this. She's got a lot of translated stuff. You had all of these novels, right? I would just read those. Right? These are not too long either, but they had like full PDFs and stuff. Macaron Loving. It's like 200 pages too. So if you have like an e-Kindle or something, or even just your phone, you can go through that. You could read ORV. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. It like ORV has like 500 chapters or something in novel chapters. Novel. Yeah, so that's what I was reading, usually. 3 Days of Happiness. That kept me like... all of these kept me like busy for quite a while, to be honest. Mick, do you touch grass like MZ? I do not. Once I tried buying a book and it was like 40 GH for one. That's wild. All my English skills can be attributed towards me reading fanfics religiously. Oh, that as well. I think Millie and Mitsuna could probably talk a lot about that. I didn't even read fanfics. I already had so much to read and watch and consume that I couldn't even get into fanfics. Y'all need a dog, so y'all touch grass too, for real. Yeah, probably. Dog is so high maintenance though. So, not for me. Maybe I can do a little bit of this. Yep, that works. I know some of these hair strands don't necessarily make sense, but I don't want to go overboard with a lot of these things. So I'm just like trying to keep these simple. Just softening a few of these like edges. For example, over here, you could probably... a little bit of like definition. But you would have to know where the flow of this goes. I wonder, because like a lot of these steps are pretty illogical. I wonder if people would be like, this kind of looks like AI. I don't want people to doubt me. I think that's why I'm starting to stream and record everything as well. You want to own a farm. Manifesting. I heard farming is a lot of hard work. Cian would piss on your bed, Aiko. But he's so fluffy. Equivalent exchange. I remember back when I read like 78 chapters of a novel in one day. That must have been like really short chapters. Or you're a fast reader. Yeah. I remember... I don't know how many pages I did per hour. I think for me it was like 100 pages per hour or something that I was able to do. I'm pretty slow when it comes to reading. My brother reads really fast. Like he can parse information really quickly. I can't. I need to process sentences like 2 or 3 times. Hi, Bill. Bill with a K. I just had such a stupid thought. Right, I was thinking, oh, what kind of animal starts with the letter K? We all know kangaroo. What else is there? And then my brain went chlamydia. That does not make sense. See, I wonder if that's... I don't know if that's ADHD. Yeah, what other... Maybe krillfish? Yes, chlamydia does start with a C. It does not start with a K, which makes it even worse. No. It's chlamydia, right? Like this. Oh, koala! You're right, a koala! That's how you're right. Chlamydia, I think, right? Kiwi? Aren't kiwis extinct? Kiwi word? Wait, no, that was a different one. It was a dodo, right? A killer whale. See, that's 2 words, I think. A king cobra. But I feel like that's a cobra. I feel like king is like an adjective or something. Dodos are extinct. A Komodo dragon. Fair enough, that one makes sense. What else? Knuckles? From Sonic? Knuckles sandwich. Kira is still alive unless New Zealand has been wiped off of the map. Oh, okay. A kookaburra! I think I've heard of that. A kakapo. King penguin. Stop with the king! Everything can be a king, okay? A king kangaroo, a king whale or something like that. King doesn't count. Kingfisher, it's a bird. Okay, that's fair. Kool-Aid. Kudu large antelope. A keel-billed toucan. But that's like an antelope and a toucan. Those are like adjectives. I feel like it's like an adjective, even though it's like... It's technically a race or something like that, but I feel like it's more of an adjective. A kestrel? Isn't a kestrel a thing? Oh, it's an actual bird. So, tiny falcon. Because a king cobra is a cobra. Kestrel is a small falcon. That's interesting. I thought like kestrel was... Never mind. Kestrel sounds like cattle. So I thought it was a cauldron. Kessel. Kestrel sounds like Kessel. What's Kessel? Oh yeah, Kessel's is this. It's like... It's a kettle. Anima googling, yeah, for sure. It's been pretty obvious. It probably just went down the list. I didn't want to say it, but I guess Millie said it, so no, it's fair game. She didn't say we had to think of it from memory. That would be good etiquette, though. Like, that's what makes it fun, though. You know? Amina, you do not know how to have fun. Do you go to parties often? Do you go to social gatherings often, Amina? I just wanted to know. I didn't think it was a game. That's fair. That's fair. I did just like word it like a question. I have so much fun. I love googling. Is not art down my brain? Kagu Kite. I don't have friends. Man merkt's. I know the name of too many birds. Animal lover friends are always so interesting. It's like really cute, but then on the other hand, it's like, what are you doing with that knowledge? Bro. No, I don't like that there. If anything, it should probably be over here instead. Think about it. I have ordered a lace-made dress for myself. Is it gonna look good on me? No, because my arms are not delicate. I have like mom arms, okay? I'm kind of kind of squishy, a little big. I will look like a mom. I'm like oversized in that dress, like I don't belong. But they're really cute, and they were like on sale as well. And then today I went on, like, so I bought my dress for like 50 bucks or something. And then today I went to the website or something, it was like 90. I'm like, damn. Yeah, I think I got them on a like 70% off sale or something like that. I forgot. I think it was like a special sale or something. And then I was like Googling for other stuff. I was like, maybe I should dress up for Dokumi. Let's see. I think I'll just like wear some sailor fuku. And then I think I saw a lace-made dress there for like 15 bucks. I'm like, oh damn, no, I just ordered from them. But yeah, luckily enough, it did not look like the lace-made dress at all later. And then people were like, yeah, no, it's completely different from what arrived. It doesn't look like the image at all. I'm like, ah, damn. Sometimes that happens. Yeah, you have to be really careful with what you order from these websites usually. And then also for at least AliExpress or when you order from Chinese websites, you do get what you pay for usually. Same with like fast fashion. So I always assume that it's like lower quality than what you'd expect. Oh shit. think that worked. That's a bit awkward. I'm still working on her hair. I should move on. Alright. Details. Whoa. I just saw something flashing. And then I was like, oh, that's weird, something flashed. And then like almost like a whole second later, something exploded. And that kind of startled me. Hello, everyone. Hi, Tisol. Hello, everyone. I wish I was a bird. My! I didn't notice you! Hello, hello! Oh, it's 20. I'm on diet. But what if I ordered something sweet? What if I ordered a dessert? But what are my ancestors gonna say when they see me in Vietnam? I need this at this point. I was considering making brownies earlier, but I didn't. What's going on? Properties. 92. Bless you. Thank you. Hold on, let me take a look. Yeah, I tried to look a little bit at the Gen Ice Cream and Juby Phonic drama. It's like really well documented. It's scarily well documented. And then also the manifesto that Juby has copied from Gen Ice is actually a little crazy. So yeah, we're gonna have a blast going over this together. Oh my god, I don't know if you've looked into it already. Juby Phonic. Wait, hold on. I don't know if you know Juby Phonic. Oh no, not Juby Phonic. I'm so sorry, not her. Not Damn out, Juby! I'm so sorry. No. This one, this person. Wait, I think it's her. Yeah, it should be her. Not Juby Phonic. Not the singer. Not the singer. This person. She had like she wrote Cut Time comic. I remember that. It's been so long since I last read this though. So yeah. More options, save and exit. Take my data, I don't care. Alright, so this Juby. And Gen Ice Cream. This person. With the Dungeon Meshi. With the Dungeon Meshi. Like, so she has such good products, man! Like, look at these bookmarks. They also did like a baby girl phone holder, pathetic, you know, all of those. Right? And you're like, man, is there any hope? Let me show you I bought her keychains too. I love that Dungeon Meshi Costco collab. Man. Hold on. Let me tell you, let me show you mine. Just read the manifesto, like the first few sentences. It's crazy. You're like, how bad could it be? You know, like maybe it's just like, oh, this is like, let me just explain everything to you thingy. But this is what they write. It's like, dedication. Dear Jesus, my God, Father, Son, and Spirit, my Savior. Thank you for every blessing, every trial, every wound and scar, and every piece of love you've woven into me. Your words and You were my foundation, my friends, and my family, because you revealed to me with uttermost conviction that everything I've received from my name, from my family, from my friends, from every tear I've cried and drop of blood I've bled amounts to this. Yeah, that one. This must be a theater kid. Piece of sucks. Right? This is literally how it starts off. And I was like, oh. I was like, holy shit. So in this post, right? They were like, yeah, they wrote a 10-piece manifesto where they using God's name and authority to try and control me and absolve herself of making things right. I was like, how would they even use God's name? Like, is it like, are they saying like, oh, you know, God is saying this and that? It's this. It's like this. It's literally like, in the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the word was God, and stuff like that, right? And they like quote the Bible, and then they, you know, turn like, this is what it means. This is how I use it. This is what it means. This is how I use it. It's weird. I know I'm weird, but this is like, is this what it's like looking at someone who has chunibyo? That like 8th grader syndrome, middle schooler syndrome? Is that what it looks like in the Western world? When someone uses religion as a shield on a new level, I hate it when people use God to justify their stupidity. No, that's what I'm wondering, right? I'm like, I mean, these two people are very like, have a lot of faith and spirituality, right? I love chunies, but not like this. You know you know who's a good chunie? I think he does it right. He's a good chunie. You know who else is a good I don't know if he's chunie, but Saiki does it well too. He has so many references, like he's such an, I don't know if he's an otaku, but he's such a nerd. I think he's chronically online too. He definitely grew up on the internet. So he just like pulls out anime phrases and stuff. So these two, I love them for that. I don't really watch Doppio. I'm not really into the EN VTuber scene. But yeah, I watch Saiki's horror streams. I love his horror streams. Yeah, so this is gonna be a ride. I thought it was like gonna be something silly like that. I thought it was like on the, you know, Ross Draws level of drama. But this is a little more than what I've bargained for. My. Can I handle this? I don't know if I can. I guess I can just put this in a layout. And then wherever it touches, strong shadow, and then should wait. I need to get used to my layout. I'm so sad because I really enjoyed the work. Yes, and I'm like, and then also like, and Juby said this too in her post. It's like, yeah, they've established themselves as a mentor figure. But like, yes, I strongly remember the tutorials and stuff. And it is industry peer. They literally work for like, you know, they get commissioned by big studios, etc. too. So I was like, damn. Maybe they were so good because they sold their soul to Satan. Maybe that was their secret. Literally, they worked on BNA. Yes, exactly. Right? I mean, if you look at the initial post, you'll still be like, you know, maybe this is like some sort of like miscommunication or a difference in values you know, like someone says this thing, but the other person receives it this way because they value this part of the message more, etc. Like this message could also be taken this way or that way. But it's an iceberg situation. Yeah. But I think where this differs, and I said this earlier too, but you weren't there, how this situation differs a little bit from like other dramas, I think, is that basically Jenna has like confessed, admitted it to Juby, where she was like, yeah, like you do have like a huge influence on the project, and like apparently like admitted to modeling their Eden project. I forgot what it's called, Eden's Gate or something like that. Like after Juby from the get-go, right? A witch's cross. So it's it's not like, oh, we gotta look for the proof, or you know, I was like, do you have the receipts? I was like, yeah, the receipt is a literal confession, right? It's like, damn. Right, that's like, I don't know, have we seen something like this before? I'm not too into art drama. I've just seen this because it's like, yeah, it's 2 artists that I followed. Yeah. And then obviously I did notice I keep wanting to say Bob Ross. It is very, very dangerous. The Ross Draws drama, I noticed that because they're like huge artists, right? So yeah, but then usually other than that, I usually don't really notice artist drama. Sometimes there's a little bit of VTuber drama, you know, that gets like swept up onto my timeline. Simply because, I don't know, someone said it on my timeline somewhere. On one hand, with the VTuber uprising, etc., artists, you know, get a lot more opportunities and have been able to build. Yet at the same time, it's like a double-edged sword. At the same time, art has also been more commodified. It's been more commodified. It's like, yeah, as ever, right? So now it's like even less of like a luxury thing, or like a thing you do for enjoyment. Everything's a business now. It's been like this for a while, but it feels like it's now like mainstream commodity. Something, yeah, I think commodity is probably the big word that kind of like summarizes this. I feel like it's a little bitter. It's sweet, it's bitter. It just means that things are getting more competitive, you know? But I think it's probably just that, like, it's always been like that, and it just had the illusion of being less competitive. Yeah. I don't know. It means that more people have access to it, but it's also more competitive, I guess. Oh. Because the people who are really good, they will always do well, right? People who are unique, people who are good, they'll probably always do well. As long as they get their eyes on themselves. But for average people, it's definitely more competitive now. But you could also argue it's always been hard for people who's average or like bad. But at least our art can be appreciated before we die. That's an improvement, right? Right? Because people are like, I don't know, more open to it. Since I see it a lot more often. I think the stigma around art will always be there. You know, the stigma of like, oh, being frivolous or something like that. Is this above? No, it's not. Interesting. I'll take this. I'll probably delete this. I don't need this part anymore. I think we do want a little bit of texture. That is a little flat. Ooh. A bit random, but has anyone heard of the thing with Darren Wang? Darren Wang. Who is Darren Wang? A Taiwanese actor. Dodging what? What is he dodging? Dodging conscription. Okay, interesting. It's been detained on suspicion of military service evasion and document forgery. Oh. Wang, who rose to fame after starring in the romantic comedy Our Times, was taken for questioning on Tuesday morning. He was later released on bail. It is suspected that Wang paid $1 million to an intermediary group to obtain a falsified medical document that claimed he had a heart condition that exempted him from military service. Ooh. According to people familiar with the matter, the military service evasion group is led by the individuals who charge between 200k and 500k for their services. Wang is 33 years old, which is maximum age for deferring the draft in Taiwan. So he has to go to the service now. As such, he's been scheduled to begin his military service on March 13th. Should he not present himself, he will face further legal consequences. Ooh. Tough situation. I think though, I can see why he would dodge it, right? It's like, he's rich, he's got the money. Why would he, need to serve? And then on the other, like, if he can pay for dodging it, why wouldn't he? Right? Then on the other hand, it's like a national pride thingy. It's like the whole nation has to do this. So just because you're rich doesn't mean that you should be able to, dodge it. I think a lot of people probably dodge it. Everyone who can employ these types of means are probably gonna dodge it. I think even my father dodged it. I think my father never went to military service because he, left Vietnam before he turned 18 or something, before he had to join the military. It's so funny because my parents also, I think they have, oh well, no, you know what, no, I shouldn't say this. Who knows who's listening. It's not serious, but yeah. What the heck is this world? Oh, Aiko, if you knew the type of corruption that exists in this world. It's like, you will just become nihilistic and be like, hey, you know what, I might as well just focus on myself and my loved ones. He was arrested for attempted— wait! No. Darren Wang? No, he wasn't— I thought he was arrested for dodging conscription. No one said attempted murder. Attempted assassination. March 6th. VN Express. Vietnam Express. I don't know about this. After military duties evading scandal. He's reportedly under probe for attempted murder. He got his friend to beat a taxi driver half to death. Why? Two weeks ago, Wang this time allegedly beat a ride-hailing driver severely. In 2024, so before conscription, before the conscription scandal, According to media reports, Taiwan-based media TVBS reported on Tuesday that Wang called a car-hailing platform. Oh, it's car-hailing as in calling a car to send him to the airport. But when the car arrived, he was extremely dissatisfied and angry with the assigned car. He's a Karen, saying it was too poor. What? And then he called someone together to beat up both the driver and the dispatcher from the car-hailing platform, leaving both severely injured. According to another report from TVBS, Wang called the car after arriving at Taiwan's Taoyuan International Airport in April. April 2024? That's just... Oh, 2024, that's last year. And got into an argument with the driver while getting out of the car. Wang later complained this to his friend. And Wang and Yo, the friend, suspected of instigating others to assault the driver. Under an investigation for attempted murder. Fair enough. ET today, the case was exposed because of Wang's military duty evading scandal. After Wang's phone was confiscated during the investigation into his military evasion case, prosecutors unexpectedly discovered evidence on the phone indicating that Wang had allegedly instigated Yo to assault others. TVBS quoted Wang's manager as saying that they are in the midst of understanding what has happened. On February 18, Wang was arrested after being suspected of evading military service and document forgery. Okay, TVBS. Commercial television broadcasting company was originally established as a joint venture between Hong Kong Television Network and Taiwanese Network Era Group, but is there any like leaning? Ownership laws requiring a foreign juristic person should not directly own majority shares. Vitamin duck incident. To the duck farming industry. What's a bitumen duck incident that has caused damage to the duck farming industry? Does not have an article of this name. Damn. Is it legit? It's a right-center bias due to its consistent scrutiny of the Democratic Progressive Party and framing favoring conservative perspectives. I want to know if it's like, is it like a BBC type of TV company, or is it, you know, like Bild-Zeitung in Germany, which is more of a tabloid? Yeah, I don't know. I want it to be false because you like him. Damn. I don't know. Do you guys get attached to actors? I don't. I barely know any actors. Yeah, me neither. I barely know anyone. You get attached to them? Pedro Pascal is the only actor I am attached to. Who's Pedro? I keep hearing that name, but I keep thinking it's the guy that's like, I have to Google him. Because I think it's like, to me, Pedro Pascal sounds like a name, like a guy that would say the like, your body, my choice. I think that was a different guy though. Oh, oops. Oh, oops. Oh, him. Different guy. Your body, my choice guy. guy name. Nick Fuentes. Well, very different. But I'm like, oh, Pedro sounds Spanish. Fuentes also sounds Spanish. I'm really bad with these things. He literally called out the author of Harry Potter for being crappy. Oh, I see. So, what's that other guy? Keanu Reeves? Grew up watching his dramas. Ooh. Keanu Reeves. He sounds chill. I don't know. Keanu Reeves has always been portrayed as a chill guy. This one's too dark. This is a little too dark for my tastes. I have to... something like this. Obviously that's not really visible, but meaning I can probably just choose this color. And then I'll just clean up this part a little. Because we don't know what's going on. And then yeah, this section is just giving me a little bit of grief. Because it's like messy and distracting. Like not in a good way. It needs texture, but where's my rake? Don't know how to spell his name. I've watched over a dozen of his dramas, of the Darren Wong dramas. Interesting. Bro, got some tea. My little sister got to leave her school early because there was a fire in the house. Ooh, Ashin. By drama I mean Taiwanese dramas. Yeah, I don't really have... I never really had access to Asian media. Yeah, except for anime. So... Funnily enough, Japanese media was the most accessible to me at the time when I grew up. And then afterwards, my friend with her like Korean shows and dramas and stuff. I didn't really like the shows, like the dramas, but the, you know, TV shows, those reality shows, those were always really fun. And so like the K-pop media, that was the most accessible. So, yeah. Also in 7th grade, a 7th grader got arrested because he sent inappropriate pics to someone. Arrested! How old are you in 7th grade? Like 14, no? 13! How can you get arrested for that? It's also weird to call the police on a 7th grader for inappropriate pics, but I guess the school didn't do anything about that. Which is just weird. Unless it's... Huh. Should he get arrested? But should he get arrested by, like, the police? Or by the school council, basically? That's what I'm asking. Because I feel like that is something that you would solve internally on a school district level kind of thing, rather than calling the police. Unless it's actually crime related. If I don't know what type of sending inappropriate pics. If it's inappropriate as in he sent his own dick pics, or you know, like she sent her own like coochie, something like that, then I feel like that's not something you should, you know, do to the police. Now if it's sending other people's compromising pictures, then definitely call the police. Minors can get arrested depending on the crime. There are juvenile detention centers in the US. Yeah, I know, but I feel like so do in Germany, but I don't know if that's like something you would call the police over. I guess you can. I would not make a good mother. I feel like I would try to solve it personally first. Beat up the parents or something. Be like, bam, bam. How are you? Like backhand slap, Albanian backhand slap. Like, how can you like raise your son like that? Where's your manners? Clearly, he has learned it from someone. I would beat the parents. I'm like, I'm not gonna beat a kid, but I'm gonna beat the parents. I would do the same that my grandma did for me. I would grab the little child by its collar and be like, if you try to do another thing to my child, I will beat you up. I'll let you know. You won't even know what's happening to you. And then I will let my significant other deal with the, you know, getting me out of jail and stuff for threatening a child. I just gave him a stern talking to, you know? The flashback of me. I gotta show you, right? Imagine. This is the school gate. It was beautiful. I don't even know if it was the correct color. But it was like a beautiful green school gate. Imagine this, okay? Why are you blaming the parents? You probably learned it from the internet. That's true. But again, your son is your responsibility as a parent, so you need to make sure that what the kid sees on the internet is appropriate, you know? Because yeah, you cannot keep a kid away from the internet, but you, like, if you haven't raised your kid to have morals, right? Like, even my parents also did not monitor me on the internet, but they have raised me right in the way of, like, you know, how to treat other people, that this would never be something that comes to my mind. So yes, blame the parents as well. Well, you can't absolve your parents, the parents from, you know, the actions of their own child. Also, it's still an issue on the parents because they don't monitor, not discipline behaviors. Exactly. It's like, yes, obviously you cannot monitor everything. My parents would probably, like, not be able to control everything I did on the internet and, like, read. Especially, like, manga stuff. Like, I was reading some gory and, like, fucked up stuff. I think... Do you remember the DeathTube manga or something like that? That was one of the milder ones that I read. At that point, I was, like, so desensitized to that type of stuff that I was like, DeathTube's kind of boring. Oh, no. Manga. DeadTube. Not DeathTube. It was DeadTube. This one. This one was low-key, like, mid. But I think it was, like... There was, like... I don't know if it was pornography. But, like, people... Basically... I don't know, what was it? Remember a film research club is called by his school idol, Mai Mashiro, to film her. After he films her swimming, she asks him to film her continuously for 2 days and he agrees. Everything seems normal until Mashiro kills her boyfriend, who is a former bully and delinquent, while Machiya films it all. He then finds out Mashiro is uploading videos to a website called DeadTube, where users post content are rewarded with money based on the numbers of views they get. The users are encouraged to post. It was like dark web or like red room type of things, right? So they would like slowly escalate to more fucked up stuff to get more views and stuff, right? So it's literally like the nth room type of content. I would read that type of stuff, you know, without a thing, but I would never think of like hurting someone else or doing something like that IRL or sending someone, I don't know, like stuff. He literally got off of filming deaths. You read that one too? Yeah, I don't remember a lot about that. It was like so mid, right? Like the premise was nice and then like so like ugh. Oh yeah, okay. See you around, Millie. See you around. So yeah, that is definitely on the parents. And just imagine this, right? So school's ending, all of the kids are leaving, they're all happy, you know, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go, you know, to the kindergarten for after school lessons. And then there's like I wouldn't even call him a bully. He was like my antagonist. It's just, you know, he was small. He was kind of stubbly. Honestly, I think nowadays, if I looked at him, he would probably be kind of cute. You know, as a child, you're like, oh, he's a little, you know, like you wanna like pinch his little cheeks, right? He was just like there with his backpack coming out. And my grandma, you know, she picked me up early and she's like, what's with the long face? Probably because first of all, I have a resting sad face, but maybe I was like even sadder than before. I was like looking down or something, right? Or like this. Like not in a good mood. I did not have like any emotional control over myself, or like nor did I even notice, right? So she's like, what's the long face? I'm like, this guy, you know, someone kicked me in school today. Kinda sucks. And she's like, who kicked you? And I'm like, oh no, it's nothing serious. It wasn't that bad. You know, it didn't hurt. Or, like, it was just like, I think it might have been more of an attempt. They tried to kick me in the shin. I'm like, no, how dare you? You are telling me who the fuck tried to kick you? She didn't swear, okay? But she's like, it kind of like sounded like that, right? And we're like Jacob. His name was Jacob too. And then she's like, all right, we're gonna wait. I'm like, no, don't talk to him. I don't know why it took so long to come out, but I was basically like waiting here with my like pink backpack or something like that. It might have been a horse backpack, to be honest, like a horse jeans backpack. I remember I had my hair tied up as well. I was like standing there. My little brother next to me. I think he came from kindergarten or something. He was like too young to even be in school. And so he's just there to enjoy the show. But picked up from kindergarten before picking me up, right? So we're just standing there. I think I was holding his hand. Too, so he like wouldn't run away or something, right? And then my grandma over here, you know, like this child, like big eyes, getting yelled at by grandma, who's not even tall. She's like 150 as well, like 1.50 m. She's like 5 feet or something, and she's like literally bent over like this. And she was like, she wasn't skinny, okay, but she, you know, she had a little bit of volume, so she is standing like that. Her hair perfectly made, you know, blonde with those like curls and stuff. And she's like yelling at him. Stuff in hand as well. I don't even know. I don't remember if she grabbed him by the collar or anything, but she was like this close basically. She was like this into his face. It was like, don't you dare touch my granddaughter again. I love her. I love her so much. She's so funny. And you could just see him like, okay. W grandma, I'm like, oh, I love her. No, she really is. She's amazing. She's amazing. You know, I was like from a city that actually had beef with like Asians, like a bad history. And so, well, they were not like the most foreigner friendly, I suppose, right? And it's like a smaller town in Germany, right? So Berlin is the most multicultural city. So the other cities, you know, are still a little, I don't know, a little less progressive sometimes. And so seeing a white woman, you know, blonde, blue eyes, walking around with like a stroller, and an Asian child, Asian child in stroller, she would get weird looks. And she would like, she's so confrontational. I don't know who she's got it from. She's so confrontational. She just like looks back at them and she's like, that's right. And the father is black too. just to really confuse them. She's like, yeah, that's right. That's my grandchild. The father's black too. Which made no sense at all. I love her so much. She's so funny. The stories I have to tell about this woman. Not that many, but enough. Enough to make me laugh. Oh, it was like one time, you know, when the Ukrainian war started. When the Ukrainian war started, there was like a shortage in products from Ukraine, which were like, you know, oil. Like cooking oil, sunflower oil, basically. I think there was also a shortage on flour or something like that. So my grandma, my granny, she's at the grocery store, and she's trying to buy. She sees a lady who's just taking a full crate of cooking oil, and she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "That's preposterous. Preposterous. Like, how dare she? That's like so greedy." It is what she tells me, right? So what I did was, you know, like I accidentally ran into her with my shopping cart, and then, oh, that lady, she fell on her knees, you know, dropped the crane, popped a bottle. It was all over the floor. Oh, how unfortunate. Yeah, and then she had to clean that up. I'm like, Grandma, that's assault. You can't be doing that. Even if you're right. Even if you're right, Grandma. That's assault. And then, not only that, I know that's a bit more crazy, right? On the crazier end. But then there's like, you know, when we had Corona as well, and people wouldn't always wear their masks, right? When she'd be on the train and stuff, and then she'd call them out. She's like, "Hey, we're supposed to wear a mask. Where's yours?" Type of shit. I forgot what exactly she said, but she would, you know, like scold them. Like, she's very vocal. She's very vocal, as she should. Yeah, that's why I'm like, you know what? She's totally in the right. Would I have the guts to confront someone about it? No. No, really. I would not have the guts to do that. I do not have that type of conviction. I need that type of conviction in myself, to be honest. Yeah. Absolutely. So, yeah. Believe in yourself, I suppose. Yeah, I love my grandma. She's amazing. I mean, sometimes she would have, like, she had moments where she'd be a bit racist, you know? And we're like, alright, let's unpack that, Grandma. Where's that coming from? We'd do, like, therapy with her. It's like, Grandma, no, you can't do that. There's these reasons and those reasons, you know? And she's like, yeah, you're right. I was probably jealous, you know? And I'm like, yeah, you know, next time, just greet her. Be nice. Maybe apologize. And then she calls me later. She's like, yeah, I apologized to her. I talked to her a little, you know. She's very nice. Yeah, so now everything's nice. I'm like, that's great, Grandma. So she's just overall such a good person. I mean, a little stubborn sometimes, but you know, those are like really, I mean, there's like a small trade-off to what she brings to the table overall. I've got to wash the dishes, so bye. Alright, good luck doing that. Bye-bye. May you not touch a wet piece of meat while you wash your dishes. And what is this piece? Like this piece of hair that I forgot. Do-do-do-do. Putting this in milk. This one as well. Just because I do love this one a lot. This has been moving up the ranks really quickly in terms of usage. Yeah. This texture brush. Did I export it for you guys? Might have not exported it yet. Just gives you like a really nice, actually like gouache looking texture. It's from a co-worker's brush set that she gave to us. Obviously, I'll have to work on the depth, but for now, I just like clean things up. Oh yeah, I wanted to add depth to this, which is probably mostly just a little gradient. I think. Think about how it actually looks. What that actually looks like. Do I have to pull up references for this? Because I feel like this should be, or I can divide it by half. You know? Well, I guess it should be this half. Because, you know, the body kinda, you know, kinda folds in. And probably have to lighten that a little bit. Something like that. Well, half looks good. Yeah, because it kind of makes sense anatomy-wise. I swear I had like a... should have some references for that. In here. Anatomy. Why do I have this? I don't know what I got this from. This is a screenshot of something. I was like, oh. You know what? This is Mighty. Oh, he's got like 2 little molds on it. Yeah, I don't know. I think this was also like some Greek thingy. Final Fantasy, it might have been Anatomy. Oh, it's like in a really old. Cause I don't have a lot. Oh, never mind. I thought it was this woman from the back. Never mind. I do like how you can see the shadow between her shoulders and her like chest. Obviously, she's like really popping out her chest. So yeah. This one is really lean. The lighting on this one's really good. You can see every like crevice and stuff. You can really see the... And then with the mirror, with the bag, that's really convenient, no? As reference? I don't know why he's on a horse. But like the lighting, like the color grading on this is really good. Like how the colors crush into black and you only really like notice the silhouette and stuff. I want to be able to draw like this, you know, like have the graphicness but also have it be feel like voluminous and stuff. I don't know how to do that yet. It's probably because I don't really understand a lot of things. Oh, it's like double mirror, so he can see himself pose and stuff as well. It's like you can see it's double mirrors because of the infinity mirror, right? That's so interesting. I don't know if like what does the horse feel if they're like in here and they're like, oh, that's trippy, that's a lot of me's. Do they not think about it? Yeah, I am. I'm trying to look at an anatomy piece for the back. Wait. That's like a guy's back. That's a very like muscled back. I have the taco books. Wait, hold on. Let me pull these up because I have these books. Oh no! Wow. Careless, baby. He almost fell. Hey. All right. Point character drawing. Neck, arms, wrist, upper body, neck, shoulders, chest, side view, rear view. 47. Do we have a female back at least? Wait, what? Give me a second. I need a little more than a second, probably. Abdominal muscle. Where are we? Oh! 53. The unfortunate thing though is that you don't really get to see... I don't really get to see the shading on it. And this is like a lot of male bodies rather than female bodies. So it's a little bit more difficult. I wonder if I do it on female bodies as well. Yeah, not really. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Cause like, oftentimes ladies do not have that strong of a trapezius behind that. Alright, let me put those away. Clumsy milk, yes. That is like, I don't know. It's like genetically programmed into me. Alright. Alright. Female back. Alright. Let me show you. This kind of seems normal. I could also do something like this, but I feel like this close-up is a little better. Oh, no, I do not want to save this. Because the taco person... And so for girls, you'd be focusing more on the lines of the shoulder blades, right? And then there's the spine, so you usually do this, you know? And then you use a little bit of like a round thingy, right? So it almost feels like this part feels hollow. That's why for me, this shading kind of worked, where it was like, all right, let's, you know, dip in and then out again, right? Like this. That's why the side thingy worked, because it's like, oh, it dips in and then comes out again with the shoulder blade. Because for men, we like them to be trained. And there's a trapezius. There's like muscle over here. Right? So for men, you usually like draw this like trapezius muscle. And the shoulders and stuff. Right? So that stuff is more defined. And then I feel like they might even be bigger. And then you have like the latissimus and I forgot how it's actually like built. I just know that you have the lats somewhere over here. I forgot how they actually connect. Yeah, I don't know. And then over here are the obliques, I believe. Something like that. Right? But yeah, that's basically the difference. For girls, you have more of the like straight lines. You know, the dip, like it's more square. And then for the guys, you actually have the like the shape. With the, I think with the, I forgot. There might be a little bit of a diamond even. I forgot if the diamond was over here. Or like over here. Right? I don't know if you've noticed, but basically Zhongli's design is also kind of it places these diamonds where also the muscles kind of build diamonds as well. This is why I like drawing men more. Really? You like the muscles? I do actually think like if you have these like butterfly shoulders, obviously not as extreme, but I feel like that makes a pretty back for a lady oftentimes. I knew a few girls in my class that had shoulders like that had backs like that, and they were like always really pretty. So I kind of associate that with that. Maybe I should make this like too pink. I know it kind of like doesn't make sense, but I thought it look pretty to have this be color contrast rather than just black and white contrast. Maybe I can just like do a little bit of that. You want to draw Naxa's back? He might have a girl back too. Bro was struggling. I see. Yeah. I am a little bit of a sucker for the conventionally attractive. Yeah. Yep, it is conventional for a reason. It doesn't mean that I can't appreciate other types of beauties. Whereas the type of beauty that I lean to is a little bit more conventional. Yeah. I'm a little different from guys in that aspect, I think. He's definitely coming home. Man, stop talking about him like this. I need to stay strong. I need to stay strong. But I feel like, man, I already really like Amphorius. I might as well go for all the male characters. You know? I'm not even like, I don't even like Anaxa that much. But his ultimate. His ultimate is like cone art. Don't worry, Milk. I'll eat you first. I'll eat to him first. Oh my god. I'm a sucker for eye patches. Anaxa artwork is so nice though. It's like the fucking fandom. It's like, can you stop making good content, please? I can't afford to like him. I genuinely need the fandom to stop. For the sake of my wallet. Do I like this? It's a little messy. I can't live with that. What's new? Nothing new in being messy. Just add a contact shadow so they know this is the front. And I do like the skirt, this messy, so I don't want, like, I'm not gonna change a lot. I might not even like define it all that much. Me at every Cookie Run Kingdom fan art is stop drawing them hot. For real. Funnily enough, I'm really particular about the way Finan is drawn. So a lot of the Finan artists, I'm like, nah, not like that. And then there's like some people where I really like the art style. I'm like, yes, draw more Finan, please. Same with Kalis, I think. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't really take too much like to the Western styles. So oftentimes I'm like, I don't like how Mighty looks here. It's like they make him too manly. Does that make sense? It's like he's manly, but he still has like pretty features, if that makes sense. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You don't have to see everything that I'm saying. Like, you can disagree with me. It's just me being particular about things. It's not bad. Like some people enjoy that style. But I like a very particular style, and it is oftentimes it's the Chinese or Korean artists that hit the spot for me. I am a very empathetic person, unlike Einstein. I don't know if Einstein was. The Chinese are so talented. Yeah, I mean they also have like crazy high standards. Yeah. And like the competition is really rough as well. Like, we don't really hear about it on our end, on our side, simply because of the like immense language barrier. And because the Chinese have their own social media, so they're like really like isolated from us. So the only it feels like the only door that you have to Chinese media is over second hand, you know, like people who are actually like in the American sphere, you know, Chinese Americans. And I feel like I can see it with like Vietnamese Americans. Their culture is very, very different. Even like it is very different. So I'm like, yeah, that's why they're Chinese American. So it's like really like I feel like even I was like, I guess I'm technically Vietnamese German. That's like a weird thing to say. I can't really comment on Vietnamese culture. Does that make sense? So I always feel like Vietnamese Americans also cannot like talk, like cannot really comment on Vietnamese culture that well as well, right? And it's so weird. And then even like every household is different as well, and so my household is a little bit more Western because my grandparents like studied in Germany and stuff. They're like very like progressive in that aspect, and with their mindset, so they're like not too traditional. Like some parts are like really traditional, and some parts are like very like open-minded and stuff, right? And my mom too, she's like so open-minded. Like, so do you have someone you like when you're getting a boyfriend? I'm like, I don't want a boyfriend. She just like pauses for solid like 3 seconds. A girlfriend? A girlfriend? I'm like, no, mom, I also do not want a girlfriend right now. I want money. I'm your daughter. You should know that. Oh. Yeah, right? So in those aspects, like that's like very unusual, I think. I think, yeah. So even if you're like Vietnamese American or Vietnamese German or something like that, I feel like the fact that you're like second generation or something like that, it's like makes it really hard to comment on Vietnamese culture. And because you're not like you yourself aren't really authentic or close enough. It's like you're banana. You're banana. Outside yellow, inside white. There's like parts of the culture you can comment on though, which makes sense. Obviously, and there's things that you know your immigrant parents obviously carry over. But yeah, you don't know what's trendy right now. Ooh, I think that looks good. Oh shit, I forgot about this. There's actually so much to clean up. I'm well cooked. Not the banana comparison. That's like a classic though. You've never heard of that. Like my parents always say like, you too Deutschy. They make it cuter by adding the I at the end, making it like, instead of Deutsch, making it Deutschy. Like I'm too German. But for my German friends, I'm not German enough. Obviously. So I'm in limbo. Which is why? Well, no, that means I'm not quite banana. But yeah, a lot of like the Asians are like really Americanized. I noticed that with like Stephanie Su, for example, as well. I'm like, whoa, that girl's like really American. She doesn't even feel Asian. She's been getting more Korean, I feel like, progressively. Or at least like she's presenting more Korean over the years. But like when I first started watching her, I'm like, damn, she's like really like high school girl American. Yeah. Is it like not in a bad way, but I was like, oh, interesting. I kind of like today was looking at sheet music. I think it was like Mashmari by Mimi. Someone made a sheet music. I realized that I haven't played the piano probably 5 years now. Not 5, 4. 4 years, yeah. I was like, damn. I would want, yeah, I do want to play the piano again. Was it good? No. All my Asian friends were really judgmental. I wasn't sophisticated, that's for sure. Wasn't skilled. I enjoyed it. I think that's what was important. I enjoyed it. I wonder if like a lot of pianists, they get really good, they enjoy the process of getting good at something more than they enjoy the act itself. I wonder if that's like true for a lot of people, because that's usually what it kind of feels like. Because when people get like judgmental about things, when they get judgmental about things, like, oh, you're not as skilled, you know, like, why you think you're good or something, kind of like that. I had that happen to me. Like, why are you playing like you don't really have a lot of technique, do you? I'm like, no, I'm playing because I enjoy it, not because I want to show off. That's weird. What the heck? Right? But obviously I couldn't say that in the moment, but I was like so taken aback. I'm like, just let me do my thing. Like, why are you so judgmental, right? I was so taken aback in that moment. So I'm like wondering, is that, or maybe they think it's like disrespectful, so they're like looking down and like, oh my god, I feel like if you're trying to show off, at least be good at it. I think it was probably more like that. But I wonder if that stems from something like them not actually enjoying the medium, right? Or they think enjoying the process of getting good is actually what they think it means to enjoy playing an instrument. Why judge when you can encourage? Yeah, I wonder, and then obviously, you know, like she was Asian too, so I'm like, that's probably, you know, she's probably just, you know, it's probably just like Asian elitism, you know, and then, you know, always having to compare themselves. Because she was like cousin with one of my friends, and that friend is, she's like high standards and stuff too. She's also a little judgmental occasionally, so I feel like it was probably just culture on their end. So I was like, it's just like, that's just normal. So I didn't like take too much to it, but in that moment I actually got a little embarrassed. Yeah. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, you took it that way? I didn't understand. Because to me, it was more of like, oh, I'm too socially awkward, let me just fidget. I'm just gonna fidget with this piano so I don't have to interact with people. Which is just as stupid, you know? It's just as stupid. Right? Because like when you get caught like that and they're like, whoa, your technique kind of sucks, right? And you can't just say it's like, oh, I'm not playing to show off, I'm playing so I don't have to talk to you. It's still bad. And so you can't say that in that moment. Yeah, so that's why I was like, yeah, no, I'm not, like, I stopped learning I stopped learning age after 9th grade, so now I just play for fun. I think that's what I said. But I was low-key panicking, so I don't know if that's what I actually said. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, then it's like, yeah, not very good. Something like that. I forgot, to be honest. She was really pretty though, so I think that kind of added onto it. I'm like, damn, she's pretty and skilled. And I'm like, I haven't impressed a pretty girl. You know what? It's like, it's kind of weird because you... Fuck, am I lesbian or some shit? Because I'm always like, I don't really care about impressing guys, but when it comes to impressing pretty girls, I'm always like, oh my god, I'm scrambling. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know, there's just like something about pretty girls. That make me want to be acknowledged or something. It's weird. It's weird. I haven't dived into that aspect yet. But it's just like it's just something that I've noticed about myself. I'm like, huh. I get embarrassed when I don't, you know, match the expectations of a pretty girl. I feel like it might be because I think, you know, those girls do put in a lot of effort and, you know, and they usually carry themselves really well. They have a lot of aura, right? I don't know, it might be a little intimidating because I'm like, man, I can't, you know, meet expectations, or like I'm not on par. I guess it's insecurity then. I guess it's insecurity. Huh. Milk discovers insecurity. You find a pretty girl who's nice, it's like God blessed you. No, for sure. It's like, damn, I used up my luck. An entire year's worth of luck. Pretty girl, can you touch this for me, please? I just, you know, this will be my lucky charm. I'm no better than a creep, my god. Oh, yeah, I guess like pretty privilege is a thing. And then also like pretty girls cannot, they can be so nice. But did you know that apparently it's like if you're pretty, it's also more likely like you get bullied? Like, whoa. Ask a pretty girl to pull an Naxa for you, LMAO. Just walking up to her, it's like, hey, I thought you were really pretty, and she's like, oh, thank you. Can you press on this button for me? I just really need your luck, please. Like, you won the genetic lottery, you can probably also win the gacha lottery. Oh my god, I think they would be so confused. No, but this is how I would, how I would cement my weird girl energy, for real. And then, oh, let me pay for coffee for you. I'm too socially anxious though. I think you should do that at a convention. That's where you get to be a little weird. You know, at least do those things. It's still weird, but it is, you know, a little bit more fun just because people can relate. If you talk to someone who's never like played a gacha game before, they're like, well, this girl just like walked up to me. It's like in her 20s or something. She wanted me to press on like a game button, which is so weird, right? But if you do it at like, I don't know, like a convention, you run up to a cosplay and you're like, hey, oh my god, I'm trying to pull this character, and you like dressed up as this character. Can you give me your luck? And then you let them pull. I think they'd have fun doing that because it's like a, you know, like place and time. I forgot that so many here are minors. Oh my god. I think it's just 2, right? Gacha lag. Yeah. What is GTZ? What does that mean? Wait, shit. Shit, I forgot. I think Miji, I think she wore gloves. Did she not? Fuck, she had gloves on. Miji. Easy. She had gloves on. Indeed, this was her gloved hand. Like that. I can make this. It's a little. It's not too. It's like. It's not too glossy. It shouldn't be too glossy. It should be a bit more velvety. So just slightly blurred edges. Like this. Don't spend too much time on it. Oh, oops, don't waste too much time on it. That's what I'm keep telling myself. This is probably a little too intense. Oh. Huh? Give me a second. I just accidentally moved something. I think I might have done this, and then I just gotta correct this. Good time zone neutral greeting here. When you render something, would you have to cover it up? It's fine. It's usually okay. That's why you gotta know where to put your effort in. You can't just render everything. I think that's also why it's good to have some sort of workflow pipeline, so you can, you know where to, I don't know, where to allocate resources to. Reminds me of those Chinese. Their hair's so majestic, bro. Reminds me of those Chinese artists. Thank you. I think what they do a lot better though is the gradation from saturated to non-saturated. I haven't really nailed that one yet. That's why I think this part is a little messy. Should I take a look at someone who does pink hair, maybe? Let's see. Have they placed their colored? Oh, this one's Japanese. And what I kind of hate is that I have the top bars, which makes it a little. Which makes it a little difficult for you to see. Can you see the Alright, hold on. So for most images that I've saved, you can kind of see the I usually save the artist's Twitter handle and the name file and the file name. Name file, what? And the file name. Right, I think now you should be able to see it. So basically, rat a tad tab is before the big number. That's the artist's like Twitter handle or Blue Sky handle. You see the handsome curvy? You're right. I didn't notice that. But yeah, I do. Yeah. Like this. You know, like they are like a lot better with placing the saturated colors near where the focus is. Right, and then, you know, like outside of the focus, it like fades out like this, and I haven't really done that. I really like this way of drawing too. I love this one too. It's barely tarnished. I want to do some sort of composition like this as well sometime. Oh, I really liked I really like the colors on this one. Oh, those are BD Miente. I think this one is a Vietnamese artist as well. Ah, it's so artsy. Do you see this? I wanna make artsy art as well. I feel like my art is never like artsy. This kind of has like graphic elements to it, and I feel like I like this like graphicness to my drawings. And I like even some studies like this, I don't even capture the beauty of those. So I'm like, I feel like that's why I'm like falling behind in terms of trendiness. Oh, I like the way they did the shadow and stuff. Cause I'm still stuck in that like illustrative type of vibe and process. That was a thing years ago. And I couldn't really commit to that. But this one's like such an interesting... This artist has such an interesting process. Like, this just came from nothing. Just from nothing. I guess I don't know, maybe had like a little sketch beforehand or something. But they just painted in. Like, bitch, what the fuck? And it's just there. Can we pause this for a little bit? And you could just like map it out and then just start blocking it. Like, should we do a pattern over here? I don't know. And then they just like change the colors, just add the elements and draw the kids. Like, it can't be that. And then they just start rendering. Like, they have the kids and they're like, yeah, that's good. They start rendering. I'm like, what? And changing the lighting and stuff, and then they render the kids, and I'm like, yeah, now we just like incorporate them into the... I'm like, how? How does that work? Like, you had a vision. How do you make art without a vision? My god. Oh, I like the colors of this. Yeah, a lot of the time, sometimes like the studio grading is also really cute. I should do more of those things. Art is so edible. I know, right? Oh, I love art. That's so beautiful. Just the color contrast, the way the shadow, like the way it just like crunches into the black, the lighting, and then it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Like you don't actually need, like it could be a fake light source, you know? It doesn't need to be the sun or the moon. And I feel like I kind of like the creativity in that regard. The warm colors of this one and the shapes. This is just like really good, like technical lighting. I don't know. That's so cute. I love the teal. I just really like teal. It's green, but yeah. And then this, I love the green. Just like ground. It's like, and yeah, I don't know. It's so graphic, but I love the lighting of this. It's like there's like a green. I don't know if you've been to a football field, like a soccer field at night with those like bright white lights that just like shine on the grass. So everything's just dark, and then just the glaring white, the glaring green of the soccer grass. That's what this feels like. I'm like, that's amazing. Yeah, this one too. I really like the colors on the desks, the lighting of that. What's this? Is it good? What? What's this? Is it good? JPEG. What the fuck? Oh, this was I think it's like footage and then they just inserted the character, but yeah. The color grading on this is really cute. Yeah, do you see this? Like, they're really good with where they put the pops of color. I want to be able to draw like this. I feel like I'm too stupid. This one as well. I feel I'm just too stupid for this, I think. It's just, it feels like it's something that people would grasp. This is that explosion. Where that like warehouse exploded. And I was looking at that, I was like, I shouldn't be saving this. I shouldn't be saving this, but this is so damn pretty. You have really good references. Thank you. I am blessed with a nice Twitter timeline, not gonna lie. Everyone's like, Twitter's so shit. I'm like, Twitter's so nice. The art, you know, like who needs Instagram? When you get fed this type of art on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's the same artist. Oh, it's Yong Peng. Yeah, I love that artist too. This one is Tommy Kim art. Like the green. Yeah, this was from a photo. Look at the color grading. Isn't this beautiful? Yeah, it's so atmospheric. Obviously, color grading, but yeah. And this? Do you understand how difficult this is? I feel like this is so difficult to do. I don't know if anyone's told you, but doing something low contrast is actually really difficult, I think. I know it's like a lot of like artists, they make sure to use the full range. They're like, yeah, make sure to use the full range from dark to white to make it look good. It's and then later when you realize, depending on the moods that you want to achieve, you actually want to limit your value range, right? So limiting your value range actually makes pieces moodier, right? If you want like a mysterious, broody atmosphere, you would like not use a lot of bright colors. If you want like an airy, ethereal feeling, you would actually not use values all the way down here. You would just like keep it somewhere here maybe, or here. And I think people have been like understanding this a bit more recently. But going to these sorts of extremes is like, that's actually so wild to me. Because okay, hold on. Let me do a level correction layer. This is not actually correcting them, but I just want to show you. You can see where their value range is. Like, you can see this is the darkest. This is how much is in this value range. Everything is kind of like up here, right? Like, it could be that they started out like this. They're like, oh yeah, they drew it like this, and then they realized, how bright can I actually make this go? And then they're like, oh, that's kind of cool. And just posted it like that. But yeah. But yeah, it's also like such a like nice composition that you can see that even at different types of levels, oops, if I move these things, right? It still looks good. Like no matter what. Well, maybe not like this. But it still looks good like this, right? It's so ethereal. Exactly. Maybe you could draw something like that. Yeah. You could, probably. I don't know if I could push this one up to that. We could try doing a level correction like that. Do you see how my values are all kind of, you know, evenly spread out? I feel like that's... I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if that's good. Yeah, that's not good. That's also like too washed out. Yeah, I don't think it works with this drawing. But you could probably do something where you kinda... You could probably do something where you crush the values a little bit more around her, you know, the dress. You know, you could make it a little bit more graphic. And just like, you know, around the leg and the foot, it just basically fades into one tone. Yeah, it doesn't work for this one. I'm saying is basically, I could probably take this. I've already crushed some of these values, and I could probably... Oh, wait, the foot is separate, yeah. Basically take this big shadow blob and just like turn it into one big silhouette. So that the lighting only comes from the front. Maybe not the best example, to be honest. Just because I feel like the shapes are graphic enough so far. Almost. And I just need to give the dress a little bit more volume around this area, so you kind of understand that there's a bit of a fold or something like that. I just need to, you know, make it clear that this is a shape. And maybe this as well. Like, right now I just need to communicate the depth and the folds of this dress, and need to stay in line with that. I do probably need to do a little bit of value control. So I'm trying to keep the shading range that I use like closer to this thingy. Yeah. So it's a little difficult, not gonna lie. For me, because it's so easy to do even grade, like to choose a light color, a dark color, and then a middling color, and then just like ruin the balance of things. You want like mostly light, mostly dark, and like a sliver of middle in between. Sometimes, right? Or sometimes you want mostly light and a lot of middling tones, but no dark tones. I just watch a lot of tutorials, use a lot of references. I think tutorials are great for summarizing key points. But unless you practice and make your own notes, like oftentimes it lacks retention value for me. So a lot of like tutorials need to be somewhat life-changing for me, or I need to have like actually apply them often. Maybe not on that end. What's this? I think this is a little misleading. Oh. This needs to be a little darker. So you actually feel like this is part of the dress. And these are similarly far apart, which should feel similar as well. Will the butterfly be glowing? I haven't thought about it yet. It probably will, but it's more of a... You know how Sua kind of has like this little bit of glow? Still haven't added that to her, but yeah, kind of like that. I think what a lot of people do is actually just at the end, they just like copy the thing. Give me a second. I'll need a little. Oh, like the tip where in the profile shot, the nose starts where the pupil is? Yeah, see. Yes, something like that would be good. That's kind of life-changing for me, but I already forgot. Because I did not apply it. I should, like, you should remember that for the front as well. And I did not think about it. I was like, I just usually, you know, when I draw a face, I just, you know, adjust it until it looks right. And sometimes I completely forget about these things. And I'm like trying to use the guidelines and make up my own proportions. But it just shows that I haven't understood the anatomy, right? You're like, oh, okay, I do this. And from this line downwards, I'm trying to like do 3 parts. And this is where the chin, you know, moves this way. And then, you know, when you have the cross on the side of the head, the ear's like in the last quarter. So you add it that way. And then this is kind of where the eyebrows are, you know, middle of the head. And you do 1, 2, 3, and this is the bottom of the nose. So you kind of do like that, but you're also like, where does the hairline start? I don't know. It could be bigger, it could be smaller, and that would change. And depending on how big the forehead of the guy is, it would change. It would change the proportions of the face. And you're like, that kind of sucks. So it's kind of, I already forgot that it starts around the pupil. Which would probably, let's try it out. Let's try it out. Also, it's like, yeah, what if the guy is like looking upwards? Well, it's like pupil in neutral position, I suppose. So it would be somewhere around here. Which is almost like the center. It's almost like the center of the eyes, right? It is technically not where this thingy is, but that's usually where I base it around. Anyways. Right, so you got the eye line, right? You've got the base of the eye. My proportions kind of allow for that. Right, because I like to, you know, move these things up evenly. Like space the top and the bottom lid evenly for those things. But you know, someone who, for example, draws like maybe eyes like this, right? Right, and then like who knows? Maybe their little eye teardrop is like down here. If they start the nose down here, it could look weird, you know, if they do a long nose. I guess artists like these usually, you know, draw smaller noses anyway. So it would look cute. But yeah, I don't know. Right, and it's like, this doesn't... Middle face thingy does not check out. Like, the nose ending here is kind of weird, no? Which means I kind of fucked up in proportions with like the whole chin or something like that. Because it should be 1, 1, 2. Should be around here. So basically the space between, I think it was like top lip. Between nose and top lip, you take that, you double it, and give it to the next person. Should be the space for your chin. Like from the bottom of your mouth to your... I don't know if it was center of the mouth to the chin. Yeah, it's something like that. But if you look at this kind of looks bad, no? So it's like... even if it starts at the center, at the pupil, kind of still looks off for this person. It's not bad, but I feel like usually the mid face is a little longer. I feel like usually when you draw characters that are a little older, they tend to look better if the mid face is a little longer than what is considered even. Could be that it's actually the 3-part thingy. Could be that it's actually to the tip of the nose and not the bottom of the nose, and then the bottom of the nose. Yeah, it might be the tip of the nose actually. And then the last third is from the bottom of the nose. And then have to adjust the mouth accordingly, move it down a little. So the upper lip which would be around here, you know. Would have a little bit of space. I don't know if that looks better. He looks like he's on drugs. Don't kill me. Just shoot me dead. I guess so. Damn, maybe I figured out. Damn, did I actually figure out the proportions? But you see, this doesn't feel anime to me. I couldn't draw go. That's for make him bald. Problem solved. For 69 is seen. I will have typical K-idol hairstyle. Well, if I guess the proportions are alright. I just need to style the eyes, etc. in a way that I like them. I can give him a goatee. Look at this old man. I think this one actually needed to be a bit. Like this? Actually, it doesn't look half bad. What the fuck? Obviously, I guess I just need to figure out. Fuck, I think I just. Wait, hold on. Hold on. We are gonna devolve in a study session now. 1, 2. Huh. Wait, I think I did it wrong. No. Phase of eyebrows. 2. Wait, I accidentally... Huh? I think I accidentally hit the proportions. Which confuses me. Don't mind if I can't reply. Washing dishes really quick. Hold on, I gotta... We're looking at people who could do colors, but now we're gonna look at faces. Who is someone who draws faces in a way that I like? I like the way this person draws faces. Izumi Sena. That's pretty. I really like the way. Never mind. Very specific. What about this? This one is good too. We can copy this and try to figure out. You know when you hit with something so pretty and then like you just switch to the clip studio and it looks like this. You're like, never mind. It looks like a bum. No, it would have been over so long ago if I just figured out how to draw pretty men. 1, 2. It is the tip of the nose. Am I tripping? I am not tripping. One, 2, 3. And then this is center of the pupil, so the nose kind of starts there. That also checks out. Am I just stupid? See, this is always what like fucks me up a little. Cause I thought the middle face was like 1/3 of the face, which it is not, I suppose. Or it kind of is. No, it's not, because it's like I thought the middle face would be eyebrow to end of nose, which it is not. So you gotta check the part from the tip of the nose to the mouth to the eyebrows to a hair part. But the nose is not on this part, it is slightly lower. Is it offset by the same amount though? And this is always what trips me up. Something like some things are just like slightly offset off of some base proportions. I'm like, why? Why would you do that to me? Alright, I learned something new. I learned something that I should have learned 10 years ago. It's okay. It's probably something that I've seen 10 years ago and never really like internalized. We will continue. I will continue my foolish journey. Now that I've finally attained the urge to actually be able to draw pretty people, I will be unstoppable. We all learn something new every day. That's true. Man lernt nie aus. That's what we say in German. And oh, I'll just add more details to the dress on this layer. And then I just need to connect it a little bit more to that part of the dress. Like that. So I bought a dress, right? I'm okay with the dress. It does need like an underskirt. I understand the importance of an underskirt now. It would make the dress a lot nicer. I do have to like prep it a little bit so like, you know, it's a little softer, maybe. The fabric is really stiff. So yeah, it definitely needs a wash. It probably won't shrink. But it's not a dress that I can wear in summer. As in, you know, it doesn't look good on its own on me. Just because of my figure. Right? So it's not flattering on me. Well, if it's like, you know, if it's like a, I don't know, Brandy Melville model or something like that, or someone who's just like really well built, you know, like delicate looking, they could probably wear it on their own. Not me though. So now I have a new autumn winter outfit. I don't know how to feel about that. It's like, damn, I wanted to buy a summer dress. Now I'm here with a winter dress, which is great. Maybe instead of that, maybe I should buy a kimono. I feel like I might want a red kimono. Just for summer, just like a really light one. Because I usually like to have my arms covered and stuff. Because, you know, I don't have the most flattering arms, obviously, so we do not need to pull attention to my shortcomings. And just like a breezy kimono jacket or something would probably be really nice. I do have one in black, like a black kimono type of thing. But I don't want to, you know, I don't want to wear that in Düsseldorf or something like that. It's got a print on it as well. Is there a way to get rid of prints or something? Maybe I can just like fully dye it black. I could try that. Would you wear it though? The kimono? Like every other day? Or did you mean the dress? The kimono would probably when I like want to go out. I just like to have my arms and shoulders covered. I don't know about shoulders, but my arms at least. My shoulders are probably not pretty either. Or at least like not in the way that I mean. That I like. As they say, you might like you're not ugly, you're not your own type. Just not your own type. You'd be like a princess. Yeah, I guess so. I'm always a princess. What do you mean? I'd be like a princess. I'm always a princess. At least I'll always be daddy's princess. Oh, sorry, I had to wipe my head. My mouth. One more, maybe like a stroke. Stroke over here. Oh. Yeah, I think that's okay. Again, do not put in too much. Just the bare minimum. Just shape control. Nothing more. I am gonna meet some people I met at a con on Sunday. I thought it was tomorrow. I washed my hair today because I thought I was going to go tomorrow. Nope, it's on Sunday. So damn, gotta wash my hair again on Sunday. Sunday morning. I want to be in top condition when I meet new friends. Hopefully new friends. Would be great if we were new friends. Yeah, and then next week, another outing. Someone else. I'm excited. I'm excited. Because I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. Like, finally making friends that kind of share same space and interest as you. And you're like, whoa, hold on. That's actually really nice. Yay, touching grass. For real, for real. Yeah. I feel like a lot of my friends and families are just like the people around me. Just never were in the same field as I. So there was like nothing I could really talk about. Or like they could never really relate to me. And I think that's also part of why some of my friendships just not broke down, but just like we just drifted apart. I think this one needs a little. We do need a little bit of just it was just too straight. And then clean up this shape, right? And then we just take the lovely paint for more texture. Yeah, the friend thing is true. Yeah, people always, like, sometimes when I hear it's like, oh yeah, we don't really share interests, and for the longest time, I was, like, yeah, you don't really need to share interests to be friends and stuff. Right? You should be able to be friends even if you have different interests. Just like how, some relationship have partners where people don't really relate to you. Like, they don't really have anything to do with each other's, like, biggest hobbies. Right? And they are, like, still together and partners. I think that comes with, like, a pretty big condition though. And that is, like, can you talk to your friends? Like, are they willing to talk about anything and everything? Those, I think that requires people who are really good at, holding conversation. If you have friends that can only converse about the thing that they themselves are involved in, you will not get along well with them if you can't really take part in that conversation, right? Like, you gotta know how to ask questions and stuff. And that is also partly on yourself, obviously, when you yourself can't really hold conversation well. So it's like, it's kind of bad, right? If you cannot engage or, like, get a step into their conversation, and at the same time they also will not ask you about your own, like, about your hobbies and stuff like that, or, like, follow up, it'll just be awkward small talk, right? And I just, like, learned that it doesn't have to be that way. Because I've talked to people who are actually, like, really good at asking questions, holding conversations and stuff. I'm like, whoa, hold on, what? You can engage and you can ask questions like this? Like, I've learned that before, but I thought, like, that one guy was an outlier, kind of. So often they'll ask, like, so people usually ask small talk, right? And they'll be, oh, what are you doing? And then you tell them, oh yeah, I've been, like, trying this and that, like, I've been doing this, dabbling in this, like, figuring out a new hobby. And they'll be like, that's nice. And that's it. And you're like, what now? Now I can't just, like, info dump you with my new hobby, right? Because, like, you're already overwhelmed. Like, I already talk too much. Like, now I can't just, like, talk about a new hobby that I started and just, like, info dump you and be like get all nerdy. I'm like, yeah, okay. And then also, you know what I learned just yesterday about color theory? It's like about this and that and blah blah blah, right? And I'm like, I'm not an artist. I can't really, like, this does not interest me, right? And then they'll just, like, shut off. Yet at the same time, they will also not ask you about it. But I don't know. Friendship is weird. So, you know what? I'm happy to just, like, try being friends with people who are also artists. Yeah. I think I should have also probably made more online friends. Yeah. Because up until, like, years ago or something like that, there was always, like, this notion, like, yes, they're online friends, but also, like, there's, like, still this huge barrier between online friends and, like, actually having met them IRL, right? So it's like, yeah, even if you're online friends, you're probably just, like, an online friend, not, like, a best friend or, like, a close friend or anything. Like, you don't even really know them, you haven't even seen their face, right? I feel like that probably halted me from actually, like, connecting with people online. Yeah, I don't know. Life's hard. So are stones. But they're trying to be nice, which makes the convo feel weird and fake as well. Yeah, that as well. It's like, they're trying, but not really. They're just trying to be nice rather than trying to actually get to know you. That's usually the feel that I get. And it's like, it's probably the same the other way around, right? Like, sometimes I clearly showed my disinterest. I was like, do we have to talk about your work again? Like, can we talk about something that, like, I don't know. MOBAs related, or like, I don't know, like I kind of also want to get involved, but I can't really talk about your like uni stuff, like college stuff. Like, yes, you're in the laboratory, you did this experiment that I barely know anything about as well, so. And then you don't share anything outside of the technical details of that like lab experiment. What am I supposed to ask? Right? And like there's always questions you can ask about it. And like, oh, how do you kind of, I don't know, like how do you use it? Like what kind of application would you use? Would it be outside? What do you think is interesting about this process? Do you enjoy it? Like, you could ask questions like that. Yeah, I don't know. But then it also kind of like fizzles out really quickly if the person is not prepared to answer questions as such. Yeah. Yeah, I would do so well. No, I'm kidding. I would not do well if I did not have outside contact. You don't understand how important having social contact actually is. And it's not even about like, not just in terms of like mental development, mental health and stuff, but also even in like career development. Like you always see like people, it's like, oh, how'd you get that job? Oh yeah, someone recommended me. It's something like that, right? So it's a lot of networking and connection. So yeah, and people oftentimes look down on the salespeople and like people who have to do networking because they're like so seemingly fake, or they're like always, it feels like exploitative and stuff. But it's like they're actually doing the thing that everyone who wants a career should be doing. So it's just like that is their main focus. They've just like basically specialized on that aspect. So yeah. Hi, Harlequin. With online friends, I've mostly talked to the ones I've known for years. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you do kind of lose contact to those as well. But yeah, even the ones that have like just like seen in passing over the years, I don't feel like I've talked to them a lot. So yeah. Shit, maybe I should go to Dokumi alone next year, because like this year I am like taking not a cousin, but like a family friend. She's like basically a cousin at this point, I suppose. Taking her with me. So it's kind of hard to be like, hey, let's meet up, you know, have fun and stuff. And then be like, sorry, I'm gonna abandon you. Yeah, I told you I would be taking you with me, but I'm gonna abandon you so I can meet up with online friends. Like, I can't be doing that, right? And she might be like really uncomfortable doing that. And I also can't just like drive her home in the Airbnb and be like, all right, you chill here and I'll go out partying with my friends, which is also stupid. Alright, I don't, so yeah, maybe next time I should be going on by myself or something like that, and then I can meet out with some like online friends. Yeah, this year I'm going with my with my little cousin. She was so cute when she was small. Oh, now she's like graduating. I remember her when she was like the height of my hip or something like that. Right? I'm like, damn. I know, it's interesting that she like, I don't know if she asked specifically for me to take her along with her. But yeah. Time flies fast. It sure does. Oh, this one's weird. What did I do here? Oh, I know. I did over it. I just need to remove this. There we go. Oh, right. She also had she had gloves on this hand as well. It was a short glove though. You know what? This hand might look a little weird. What if I erase? Arise. I can't take Arise seriously anymore. I've seen a Sung Jinwoo and Jesus Arise meme. It's so funny. It's just Sung Jinwoo standing in front of like Jesus' grave or something on Easter and it's like Arise. You know what? I think you gotta take life with humor. You know, don't take things too seriously. I feel like you'd be a lot more miserable if you did. Well, you'll be a party pooper. I think you should be able to make fun of stuff. Obviously, inappropriate times, but yeah. And even if it's that, I feel like today's society has kind of been trained as like, oh my god, if you make fun of anything, anytime, you're a terrible person. You're so you're so insensitive. You know, do you not have respect? I was like, I would not be pulling this joke if I was going to talk to a family that has been effective. But this is just out of context. Let me have my fun, please. I'm not making light of the situation. But this is also not the time or place to be serious. You know? So yeah, there's always a time and place for everything. You cannot distinguish when something's appropriate versus inappropriate. That's so cute. Although, for a lot of people, you also need to be able to gauge the type of like friend group that you're in, right? Because some people are like, no, we don't like to make these jokes here. Yeah. Like the sense of humor. Yeah. There was like this one. Hold on, let me show you. Okay, basically, I don't know if you've like seen a photo of Hitler, but there's just like this meme. There's just like Hitler. He's just, you know, blank-faced, staring somewhere, and then someone photoshopped like the hard hands into it. It looks really goofy. If I can find it, I'll show you. Wait, hold on. Let me just turn off my screen for a bit. I don't know what I don't know what screen I put my WhatsApp on. Give me a second. Okay. Stickers. Oh, I have a Stalin version as well. Okay, wait. The Stalin version is actually a little like, it's a little more lighthearted. Well, I mean, I don't know if he's as bad as Hitler, but he's probably as bad. Give me a second, I'll find it. Alright. Oh shit, almost dropped my phone. Give me a second. Stalin? Stalin is a Russian president. I think he's done some horrendous things as well. Yeah, but do you see that? Like someone it's so well photoshopped into it, which is crazy. If you think about it, it looks like it was part of the photo. So sometimes I use that with my brother. My brother uses it with me. Like we do a little bit of black humor, dark humor, I suppose. And he's also like a history buff and stuff, right? So he's always been interested, and so he knows the severity, but he also like likes the memes around it. So yeah, I did send that into one group one time, and then I immediately got a DM. It's like, hey, I think that's highly inappropriate. Like, I think you should delete that message and, you know, never use that again. I'm like, damn, okay. Yeah, so some people just tolerate things better or worse than others. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of weird to scold someone for something like that. Not gonna lie. Because in the end, it's like I don't think I'm like promoting fascism with that. I also didn't like I think the issue they probably see is like making light of someone like a terrible person. And it's kind of like hey, like we don't want to make what he did seem not as serious as what it was. Does that make sense? Most jokes don't really shape a person's personality. Yeah. So I think it was more about that. But then also it was like put in a friend group where everyone was very like, we all know that none of them would ever, you know, get influenced by something like that. Right, so I didn't see the problem, I suppose. I wouldn't use it in a friend group where it's like, oh, I know this person might be, you know, like right, or, you know, or he's like more I don't know, like he's right leaning, and I don't want to make it seem like, hey, I like Hitler or something like that. Hitler's my idol. I don't want to do something like that. But I feel like in a friend group where you know everyone, like what everyone's kind of stance on everything is, I feel like, isn't that where you should be able to use black humor? Maybe it was just that one person. I think I remember getting like a lot of like, what the fuck? What the fucks? And I think that one person specifically DM'd me, but everyone else was also like taken aback. They were like, whoa, milk. Maybe, yeah. Like, huh, interesting. So yeah, I don't know what the etiquette around black humor is usually. So I guess it's like often someone like testing the waters, seeing where it goes, and then people slowly escalating until someone says, like, oh, you know what, that's enough. That's enough slices. Maybe they were just like in comedic shock. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It was like, it was genuinely like, whoa. I mean, sometimes it's like, sometimes you do jokes like, yeah, let me, you know, let me heed my calling as a woman. And do what? Go into the kitchen. Something like that, right? I feel like if it comes from yourself, it should be fine. It's like self-deprecating humor. Now, if it's like a guy being like, woman, go into the kitchen, and be like, okay, bro, like, who are you? Even if like a lot of the times, I feel like it also depends, right? if they constantly pull that same joke out, and you're like, alright, I feel like now I gotta question your integrity. But if they do it just like once, and they have like a great variety, and usually they're, you know, they just like, I don't know. They talk about like a lot of different jokes and stuff, then I usually don't really, you know. If it doesn't happen too often, I'm like, ah, that's fine. There was like one time I joined the like one Discord group or something like that, and they were constantly, like I obviously I'm like the only girl, and then they'd be constantly, you know, egging on, and obviously it was like in joke, but I was like, you know what, nah, I'm not in the mood to deal with these types of jokes today, so I just left. It was like everyone. Every single guy, they were like all making like women jokes and stuff, like sexist jokes, and they weren't even tasteful or anything like that. It wasn't even funny, so I was like, oh, you know what, fuck this. I'm not gonna have to like defend myself or anything today, so I just left. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it happens. I don't know. I wonder if that's something like, you kind of need to earn that right to make those types of jokes. Like you need to have proven yourself that you have integrity before you're able to make jokes. And then like some guys make those jokes and they know cognitively, they know in their head, yeah, this is not something that they don't mean it seriously, right? But then it just like happens too often, and it's sort of like those micro, so I wouldn't call it microaggressions or anything. It was just like all of these little things kind of pile up, and it kind of shapes your image of them. And I'm like, you know what, I kind of do think you might be a little prejudiced about this, you know? Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. What am I even talking about? I should be talking about why I like this drawing. Some guys mask their controversial opinions with jokes, and it pisses me off. I've heard that like one thing that guys do is like Schrödinger's joke or something. I forgot what they call it. Schrödinger's idiot. Like they test their waters, and then they like drag it out. Man, I wish I had saved that post. It's like they just like test the waters, they do like controversial opinions, and then if it doesn't get received well, they'll just like backtrack and be like, it was just a joke. I was like, haha, don't take it too seriously. Kind of like that. And they it's not about testing the waters, it's like pushing limits. You've seen that, I've seen that too. I don't know, like obviously it's not a conscious thing that they do, but it's just like a thing that like just happens culturally, I think, among men maybe. But it just like, that's how like it just like affected a relationship or something. I forgot if it was like could have also been a Reddit post. It could have also been like a, you know, r/ video that I watched. It was like a Reddit post about, I don't know, like a husband doing something weird to his wife on their wedding day. And then the comments were like, yeah, men are like pushing boundaries, testing limits or something like that. And then they just backtrack. Yeah, I don't know. It was something like that. I forgot the context and the actual post. Should I look if I have actually like saved it? I might have actually like saved that. Like if it was a Twitter post, I might have bookmarked it. Should we take a look? I don't think I have saved it though. I saved these though. Anaxa pulling out the gun. It's amazing. Oh yeah, I saved all of. I do want these. I want the Fudina shoes. They are like so my vibe, and they're like dark colored as well. You know how Myla JP, they also make these sort of like fancy shoes, but they're so expensive. They're always like so expensive, and oftentimes the colors don't really like suit me. Right? They're like very girly, they have a very strong idea of what like feminine and girly is. They do have a black butler. But this is like too formal for me. Right? Ha. Another 5. We're crossing the 100. That's 101. Yeah, they have a lot of like collaborations. They had I think this is the sale. They have like Miku, they had Violet Evergarden, they had Kimetsu no Yaiba. They've got like a lot of like ribbons, etc. They had Nier, Myla, Nier Automata. Right. So these, I think these looked okay. Like the design wise, you're like, oh, this is actually nice, but when you see them on actual like feet, you're like, oh, actually it's kind of. Like, do you see this? It's just like this flap, a strip of fabric, and it doesn't even look like it's well adhered. It like kind of looks like it's gonna fall apart at the seam. So I was like, you know what? Yeah, I don't think the quality is worth it. Not for this one at least. Even though like they market really well. I think they had JoJo. They had JoJo shoes. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I think these were great. But I didn't like a lot of these like colorways, I think. Color combinations. I really like I think this is Bukarati. I think I like this one, these ones, and these ones maybe. I thought I could wear these and these. The rest, very specific color combinations, right? They had Attack on Titan shoes as well, but I didn't really like the colors as well and the styling. Oh shit! Wait. Oh, it's on Instagram. Interesting. Open. Right, I didn't really like the shape. They basically have like a collab with any big anime. Violet Evergarden. They had a skirt as well. I thought the skirt was really cute, but it's like it's short. It's really short, I think, and I'm too tall for this. And then like I didn't, this is too much. Where would you wear this? And then these are obviously white. So it's usually not in the color range for me. So yeah, a lot of these shoes, I'm like, I can't wear them. So I'm like, really? It's not that I can't wear them, but I'm not willing to wear them because it's like, it doesn't suit me, right? So I was like really happy with when I saw these Fudina shoes. I'm like, oh my god, this is exactly what I want. What I would want and wear. So yeah. Journalist search. Alright, let's see. Do I wonder if I have it saved. I doubt it. I wouldn't be able to draw like this. This type of lighting is really interesting. Yeah, I don't think I have it. Yeah, it's too far back. I wish you could filter your bookmarks. According to like video, text. Is this? I made a face rig. You use Rigify, right? I was thinking maybe for like Halloween or something I could dress up. Something like this. You've probably also seen the chrysanthemum themed version of this. I think it was them. Might have been. I should have been them. Yeah. I kind of want this. My hair's not that long, obviously. But this is such a nice character design. I really like this silhouette. This whole series is just really nice. I love the long ribbon. I think they've probably been inspired by that Cindy red ribbon. The long ass ribbon that she had. From that comeback. Look at that. The ribbon's so big. So flowy. It looks so nice. Wait, you can't even see it. Like, please turn around, Shinbi. It's such a cute outfit though. Hello, where'd you go? Right? I don't know. I really like that. It's really cute, isn't it? This is also like an outfit that you could actually wear. Kind of feels like that, no? Obviously the red ribbon is a little too... It feels a little bit more like a... like to event-y? I can't... like it's... I think you could do something really casual too. Or if you, for example, instead of the formal suit looking thing, you wore it a little bit more casually, like you could have a summer top or a sundress or something like that. That would be so cute, wouldn't it? Right, so basically it's like that idea. You just gotta find a ribbon that has like that thick of a fabric. Right? And then... oh, oops. Hold on. And then like taking that up a notch. Taking that up a notch and doing it like this with a flower. This is probably like a little too extravagant. You would do that on like for some event. Honestly, you know what would be really cute? If you had a wedding or something like that, and you would do your veil like this, maybe? That would be really cute, I think. Obviously, you know what? Maybe not with these flowers. I think these were associated with death. Or Halloween party. Something like that. Costume party. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I can't find the tweet. Can you hold on? Can you please look at him? Can you look at him? He's so baby! Why is he so damn cute? He's so cute! Look at him! By the way, this person answered me how they made these cards. She's so cute. So sweet. I love Kayla so freaking much. Me too! Me too! I thought, you know, oh, another self-insert, okay. And then, like, his idol of him gaming, I'm like, fuck, he's cute. I'm like, shit, he's actually cute. And they made him more baby. Do you remember that like event where they were in the Foxian Horror Garden or something when Huohuo released? And he turned away. Hold on. Man, I am yapping too much. I'm drawn. It's almost 2 AM! Guys, Darrell Horror MV? No, not Horror MV.
Oh.
He was really scared in this one too. Stella always looks like someone okay, but he actually looks like really scared. Look how he's like stepped back. Right? Isn't he cute? I was like, no, that's so cute. And then there was like the Foxian Ghost cutscene, I think. Might have been one of those. In the garden. Yeah, oftentimes when you Google for these things, it's always Stell that pops up. I feel like a lot of people just choose Stell over Kalos. It might be that Kalos is less popular or something as a choice. So yeah, oftentimes when you Google these videos, it's usually Stell POV. Stell is popular. I see. Yeah, I guess Kalos is a little underrated, maybe. My baby. Like, this part just needs to be a little smaller overall. I'm just adding a little piece over here. I would somehow pick the unpopular choice. Really? Interesting. I usually just go for what I like. Is Lumine the unpopular choice as well? I guess Aether is the canon Genshin MC, apparently. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, they always talk about a queen and stuff, even if you're like Lumine. Like in Genshin, I picked Lumine because I liked her design better. Me too! They will always be a favorite. So Aether is the more popular character for Genshin? I really liked her dress, Lumine's dress. It was so pretty. And then Aether was just like brown. I'm like, nah. I wonder if I should add a little bit of a little triangle over there in shading. Just to indicate that there's like a little bit of something like this. Like a cut crease. I don't know what that actually means, but I don't think I like that. I don't like that either. Oh. Does need like a shadow over here, I think. Just like a cast shadow. And then for her arms, question is, do I give her something like this? The lighting is technically coming from the front, so it wouldn't make sense for me not to shade this. On the other hand, I should probably just go in with white instead. This. There's nothing covering that part, so maybe I have to oopsie doopsie. These are taking longer than I thought they would. I thought these would be like, oh yeah, these are kind of like doodles, you know, I don't really need to do a lot on them. These are just for funsies. And I'm sitting here like, oh my god. Oh my god. Everything needs to be perfect. What if I just take this and just give her a highlight? Oh, that kind of makes her makes her skin look oily. It probably just needs to be really low contrast. And I probably need to take this color. And make it less prominent. Alright, At that point, I could probably just do it in the paint overlay at the top. Ooh. All of this is probably hair. Rather than giving it extra shadow, probably good to just have one layer, so we don't confuse the. I was about to say the player. I'm like, who's the player? Oh, hi Mitsuna. I didn't see you. Milk, I have a question. I think I remember the saying you were talking about. Life is hard, so is stone. So are stones. Is that a German saying or something? I don't know if it's a German saying. I remember. Okay, so I guess you haven't heard it then. I think last time I talked about this. I was basically I heard this from a friend. Well, we're not friends really, but it was like a classmate from the parallel class of mine. So I was in class A, she and her twin were in class B. So it came from a twin, okay? These twins were also part of my handball team at some point, right? And we played together for a few years. And then at some point we just like disbanded, or like they moved on to something else. They quit. I didn't know that people can just quit something, you know, if they feel like it, so I never did. I'm like, that's crazy. You're not gonna play until you can't play it anymore? You just like quit on your own volition? That is allowed? My mom never. No, anyways, we had basically 3 hours. It's like when you don't have a class and you just have to wait until the next class, because I don't know, like a teacher was missing or something like that. So we were in those situations. So we were just like studying together on the top of the stairs, you know, just like we're like, oh, let's just do some stuff together. I think we just like ended up talking about stuff. And then she was like, life's hard. So are stones. And in German it's even shorter. It's basically life is hard. Stones too. Steine auch. Yeah. So yeah. That's where I got it from. It's not a German saying. I don't think it's a German saying. I will make it a German saying. From one of the German friends at school. I swear probably like, I don't know. She must have heard it from like some of her parents or something as well. They're not wrong though. They aren't. As natural as stone. I grab this color and just. This is kind of weird. Okay. Do this. I guess this would make her skin look glossy enough. I wonder if her elbow is in the wrong position now. Like it should be over here. Elbows are so weird to draw, not gonna lie. You do have like a little plate over here as well. So it's kind of like this shape. Like a knee. But carving it out always feels a little weird. I feel like men might be easier to draw because you don't have to be as subtle as with women. Because for women, there's usually a little bit more. There's a little less muscle definition. A little bit more fat on top, so you have to be more subtle about it. Where for men, you can just, you know, have any sort of like muscle showing. It's nice. What if I... Alright, see you around, Mitsuna. Nighty Ren. You're off to sleep. Good night, everyone. And enjoy the stream. Bye bye. We're supposed to have some pretty bad weather tonight, and the wind is already bad, so yeah, I'm gonna head off. Damn. Right, Mitsuna, good luck with the weather. And you know what? I think this is probably a good point to stop as well. There are like some parts over here that I haven't really detailed out. I should probably... It's probably nothing too serious. But yeah. Good night! Sleep tight. See you next time. See you on movie night. On a Sunday. I will let you know if I randomly quit. Oh, I actually do have to go to sleep. What the fuck? Yeah, I need to leave at like 10. Alright. Time to go then. See ya. Good night. Bye bye. Mwah.